You know how important this game is for Unicorns Love. This is their final game of the day as well. And Furious Gaming, they are slowly and steadily making sure that Unicorns Love are crumbling down, crumbling and falling apart. Fresh is left there with TK as well. Fresh in the clotheslines being contested from two angles. Doesn't really know where to shoot at first.
Let's just relax a little bit here, fellas. Let's just take our time. And now that's paying off. They got the numbers advantage. They got 4 up, and now they're slowly creeping and crawling in.
Buzzy trying to crawl to safety, but I feel like
now Rolf is heading in further forward, but he'll back up.
What an ending, though. Congrats to, of course, Unicorns of Love right there. You talked about it. 2 points, right? They qualified to Super Weekend by only 2 points. And now coming into this game.
Now. Right now, moving in onto this zone, and you can see Ghost amongst the plethora of players coming in on that hard shift. And we are gonna be eating well tonight, Necro, because we are about to see a lot of these teams start to drop with that sudden big shift in phase 4.
To take Rebellion down. S2G and Fenerbahce, the final 2 teams alive. Trades are happening back and forth. S2G seems like they're coming out of top.
Make sure to be locked and loaded, ready to take this engagement. Silas going to be pushing with the UMP. Go for that spray down, about 50% HP. But from behind, the explosion.
But before we get there, let's take a look at the standings. Once again, S2G, the point gap is widening. We haven't even mentioned the point gap, but let's take a look after that chicken. All right, they are 80 points. 80 entire points ahead of second place.
See them pumping the brakes just a little bit. They don't have the numbers to their advantage, but Frozen cooking a grenade. Yeah, looks like Alpha 7 already going to be down a member, so we kind of see them pumping the brakes just a little bit. They don't have the numbers to their advantage.
It was at this moment that Nathan knew he f***ed up.
Frozen cooking a grenade, tossing a grenade. Looks like it bounced off that little...
In the clotheslines. He does have his teammates though in the back lines. But what I'm wondering is they have a clear line of sight on the forward position.
Oh God, please, no! No! No!
Oh, dude, what the hell?
And this is a highlight from that previous map. How
it's running right up. Much with that information instead of moving further forward. Now the problem is for a team like Rise is yes they can play well. I mean, production, please stop the savagery. I mean, Rise.
Danny, ready for extract.
PUBG Mobile fans around the world, welcome to the 2021 PUBG Mobile Global Championship. To the top teams across all regions, we have a message for you. The Middle East, you have proven your worth. Now, make your formidable debut on the PMGC stage. South Korea, forget the past. This year, show the world you've ascended. Remind the world of South Korea's raw talent. Japan, you came so close last year. But what doesn't kill you only makes you stronger. Bring it back better than ever. The Americas, you're the alpha dogs that dominated the West. Now, lead the pack on the world stage. Southeast Asia, you took down so many strong teams on your journey to the top. It's time for a comeback on the global stage. Europe, it's now or never. Push your limits and surprise us all. This is the moment to create your legacy. South Asia, you were the dark horse of 2020. Amaze those who would underestimate you again. China, you carry the crown of last year's PMGC. Now, with everyone's eyes on you once more, can you secure back-to-back victories? PMGC needs a champion. The world needs a champion. Who will stand victorious in the end? Who will be next to glory?
I saw the first light, the first steps. Now I see much more. I capture Earth in all its beauty. I see action. I see drama. And I see it in the finest detail. Moments of inspiration and the first steps. I am the 1+9.
Hello, PUBG Mobile fans. It's almost time to bring together the world's top teams for the PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2021. This year's PMGC has a total prize pool of $6 million for teams and players, and tons of great rewards for our fans as well. PMGC will consist of 2 stages, League and Grand Finals. The League phase will last from November 30th to December 24th. During the League phase, teams from the Americas and Europe will compete in the West League, while teams from Asia and the Middle East will compete in the East League. Each league, 20 teams will compete on Tuesdays and Wednesdays for 16 slots to compete on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday in that week's Super Weekend. The total Super Weekend scores over the first 3 weeks will determine which 16 teams will compete in the PMGC League Finals during the final week. The top 9 teams from the East League Finals, the top 6 teams from the West League Finals, and a special invited team will advance to the PMGC Grand Finals. The PMGC Grand Finals, which will take place on January 21st, 22nd, and 23rd, will determine the PMGC 2021 Global Champions. Who will be the next to glory? Don't miss a single minute of exciting PMGC action.
Hello everybody to PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2021 West League. It is week 3, day 1. This is the final week where we're going to see these amazing teams going ahead and compete in this weekday matches and of course our very last Super Weekend. I'm your host Span Cargo. With me is the 7 Worlds Gaming and of course Glitter Explosion. We have 5 matches today. How are you guys feeling? It's the last week.
Feeling great. I'm excited to see which one of the teams that need to rise up are going to be actually rising up and trying to contest, because there's some teams that, even though it seems impossible for some people, Glitter, they might still be able to make it to the finals. I'm talking about Exit and Team Kenzo. It's very unlikely, but there's still a chance.
I know that you've got your eyes on them, so I know that you want them to be able to pull this out here in this last week. I mean, I'm definitely going to be watching them as well to see if they are managing to do something like that. We've seen that there are some teams that made it through to the Super Weekend that have only 1 Super Weekend performance and are currently outperforming teams that have made it through twice. So there is a very small possibility that if Exit or Queso make it through and then they have an insane final super weekend, that they still might be in the running.
And you can see here that once again, we're at the very left side of this format. Just so you guys know, for the very last time, we're going to have these weekday matches today and tomorrow. We're going to have a little bit of a break. And then the last 3 days, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, is our very last super weekend. All 3 super weekends, all of the points you go ahead and accumulate there will get these teams, the top 16, into the league finals to get a chance at that $6 million prize pool. Now, Glitter 7, you guys already kind of talked about it. There's a couple of teams that we need to specifically go ahead and keep an eye on. You already talked about a few. There's a couple others that we need to discuss as well. I mean, specifically Team Queso, Xset, Blue Chop Ton, Mad Bulls, Eastern Stars, and Supermassive Blaze. Is there anything you have to say about them?
Yeah, I think with those, another one you just mentioned, it's Mad Bulls, right? They were able to make it to the first super weekend. They ended up with 98 points. They didn't make it to the second super weekend, and we saw some teams passing them as well. So for them, it's going to be make it or break it. If they don't make it to this super weekend, they're not going to be able to make it to those finals. With Blue Chatan, they made it to this past super weekend, but they didn't really have a performance that I was like, oh, okay, you're setting yourselves up for greatness here. They were barely able to even catch up to Blue Chat, and I think there were still some points behind them. I think somewhere along the lines of 14 points behind them. And then, I mean, with Exit and Team Queso, they're currently sitting at 0 points when we're talking about super weekend points. So if they're going to make any kind of statement, I am going to be looking forward to those teams at the beginning, Glitter, because it's all going to determine how they come out. If they come out aggressive, if they want those chicken dinners and they get those elims, I think it's going to be huge. If they don't, it's going to be a huge downhill for them.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about teams, though, on here that did kind of step up to plate and have a phenomenal performance. I'm still keeping my eyes up Besiktas here, okay? They've made it through to only one super weekend, but in that one super weekend, managed to get above Nextruya, above Furious Gaming, above Atan Esports, and Supermassive Blaze, all squads who have played twice now in those super weekends, and they are sitting pretty. So if Besiktas can make it through to this last super weekend, then they have pretty much really solidified their spot there in the finals. As we take a look here at the overall rankings, so you can see how some of these points are shaking out. And we do got to give a little bit of credit there, A7 at the top, only team to break 300 points so far.
Definitely. I think that's huge for them, right? This is a team that, we mentioned it before, this is a team that thrives on confidence, thrives on momentum, and I'm pretty sure for them, looking at themselves in that first place, even though it doesn't mean anything in regards to prize pool-wise right now, but it must feel good for them. It's going to give them that extra confidence. And actually, I'm so glad you brought A7, because I want to talk about a little bit more about S2G. S2G has now had, I would say, a whole week where they've been able to try out different strats, where they've been able to just kind of test the waters with more riskier plays than what we're used to seeing out of them. I would love to see some stuff out of them this week of league play, be a little bit more aggressive and kind of get into shape for those final super weekends if they do make it to it. Since they are going to be making it to the finals, we do have this team summary right here. Knights has been, I mean, we expected Exit to be the strongest team out of NA, Glitter, but Knights came to play. The older players, especially Xenox and Coops, they've been performing so well, Glitter.
See, you just took the words right out of my mouth. I was going to say it's no longer just the Coop Show, who we are going to be taking a look at here because he still has been performing phenomenally for the Knights. You can see his average elims there of 2.2 in comparison, of course, to Black Dragon's Romulosin. So some impressive averages here from Coops, but what I think is even more impressive and what you were alluding to there, Seven, about Knights is the fact that it's not just Coops, right? We've seen Xenox, we've seen Alucard, we've seen Chico up there in multiple different categories for this team, and this is what we were waiting for out of the Knights, because the second every single one of those players started doing well, that's what they start becoming scary.
And this is also today's matches. I would like to go ahead and point this out, that for these weekday matches, we're only going to be on the maps of Erangel and Miramar. Today, of course, it's going to be Erangel, Miramar, Erangel, Miramar, Erangel, and tomorrow it's going to actually be the opposite. So kind of curious to see how those map rotations are kind of going to come into play with these teams, because, I mean, at this point, we're all broken record, right? We keep saying that some of these teams really go on ahead and perform on Sandhawk matches, you know, specifically Brazilian teams, Team Queso with their med strat and everything. So Sandhawk not being in that mixture, I'm kind of curious to see if that's going to go on ahead and influence whether or not they're going to make it into this last Super Weekend. But let's go on ahead and move over to shouting out our sponsor really quickly. If you guys have not found out already, the OnePlus 99 Pro has flagship performance, an immersive 120Hz display, and hypertouch technology made specifically for gamers. The OnePlus 99 Pro are your best shot to climb the leaderboards, and today is definitely the start of just game one. All these teams need to go on ahead and really climb that leaderboard because you guys already said it. Last chance to get into the Super Weekend. Some teams need to get in there at least for the second time to secure their spot. The next thing I would like to talk about yeah, and on that, well, we kind of talked about the teams and the maps. We can start off with you, Seven. We got to just go strange predictions. We're about to go into Erangel. Who are you feeling?
I just talked about them, actually. I'm going to be picking Exit. I would love to see how they're going to come out. I'm hoping they come out aggressive. If I remember correctly, the first game of last Super Weekend League Play, there you go. I'm still thinking about Super Weekend. They came out super aggressive, but some stuff didn't work out. I'm hoping that they kind of went back, watched tape, and everything's going to hopefully fall into place so they can at least make it to one Super Weekend. They don't want to be that team, especially the champions out of NA, that don't make it to any Super Weekend, Glitter. How about you?
Yeah,
Who you got?
That'd be rough, but I mean, you're talking about champions of NA, you're talking about NA teams that might be doing well. I went on the flip side of that. I went with Knights for this first round, okay? But we just talked about them, highlighting how well their players have done. They've gotten better week over week. So I am looking at Knights here to pull out this first match on Erangel. They've done it before. I'd like to see them do it again. And I feel pretty good about it. But what about you, Span?
For me, I'm actually going to go on ahead and go with Mad Bulls, specifically because they're one of those teams, one of the 6 teams that we're trying to keep an eye on to see if they're going to make it into this next Super Weekend. They didn't make it into Super Weekend 2, so they kind of really have to make it into this next Super Weekend to perform. And the first week of weekday games, they did really insanely well. So kind of want to see them be able to bring that momentum back from the first week. The second week kind of faltered, but all 3 of our picks, I feel like they're all pretty solid reasonings. I'm kind of curious to see which one is going to go on ahead and come out on top. Now, we chose these teams based off of their performances. Now, specifically on Erangel as well, that kind of adds another layer, especially with some teams that are not going to be here. I have to point out once again that, you know, it's groups A, B, C, and D that are going to be inside this match. The teams that are sitting out in match 1 is Atan Esports, Supermassive Blaze, Besiktas Esports, and Rise Esports. With those teams out of here and being on Erangel 7, is there anything that you're expecting with that dynamic?
There is something, actually, I'm going to be looking here at Erangel that we kind of got a chance to see during the Super Weekend that I've been kind of alluded to it. It just took a very long time. I would love to see. Blue Captain is a team that it's also down there, needs the points, needs to be able to get any type of points. I would like to see if they are, for some reason, decide to third party Alpha 7 and Navi. We saw them take into a fight with Alpha 7. We saw them win set fight. We saw them getting those elimination points. I was hoping it would kind of give them a confidence boost. It didn't really happen. They kind of just decided to go the other route. So in this point, now where all the pressure's on, Glitter, where we usually tend to see teams that have that pressure and try to like do crazier stuff to collect those healing points, I would just love to see Blue Captain try the third party if Alpha 7 and Navi do get into a fight.
You know, you're talking about crazy things, and that's definitely another factor that could come into our last week of league play here, because, I mean, Span, you even have Mad Bulls as one of your picks. They're a team that desperately has to make it through, because even though they've already been in a Super Weekend, they've already been knocked out of that top 16 spot by some of those other teams that have managed to get in after them. Is there also a possibility that teams like Mad Bulls, like Baluk Chaptan, are the teams that then get focused down by some of the teams at the top that have absolutely no worries, that don't have to, like, they're 100% making it in like top 3, like they're untouchable, right? Are those squads going to use that opportunity to then knock out some of the lower ones to make sure they don't even have a shot at the third Super Weekend and therefore finals? Like, it's still possible.
It is. I mean, I feel like at this point, usually, you know, in the last Super Weekend or getting towards the end of the league play before getting into the finals, you do see those shenanigans. I'm glad you went on ahead and brought that up. I mean, Seven, Glitter kind of proposed a couple of different things that these teams could go on ahead and potentially do when it comes to, I just blanket term shenanigans, right? Is there any team that you think should go on ahead and actually get up to them?
I mean, in a way, it's kind of not really shenanigans. It's a great strategy. We've seen it happen before. We've seen some teams being able to take advantage of those weaker teams and not them wanting them to be in the Super Weekend because it might affect the rotation on a certain map, because it might just do something that messes up with their game style, right? With that one, I'm also going to be looking at, I'm going to be even looking more closely at Exit and Team K. So if any of the big teams wants to go ahead and hunt them down, because regardless of them just having a bad tournament so far, right? They haven't really done anything this tournament. Those teams still know at the back of their head, hey, these teams can show up, and all they need to do is just have an amazing Super Weekend, and all of a sudden, they could be in the finals. As I said earlier, it's very unlikely that they'll make it to the finals, even if they qualify to the Super Weekend. But with Exit and Team Castle, you never know. I mean, we had S2G in the first Super Weekend put up 211 points, I think it was. So at this point, I think anything's possible, Span.
Okay. Well, Glitter, I mean, because of that, if you were these teams and you knew that there's a possibility that you would get targeted, what would you personally do? Would you start targeting? Would you move somewhere else? What are your thoughts?
I would go the aggressive route, and the reason I even say that is because my brain instantly went to Exit, right? And we've seen Exit in past weeks of league play start with that aggression early on, and they're willing to take those engagements. They just haven't been able to turn those engagements in their favor, but their aggression was still really good. It was they just needed to work out like a few kinks here and there to make it go their way. Now they've technically had a lot of time to do that, 2 Super Weekends off, a lot of time to nail down those last few fine details here and there, and you almost can't afford to be passive. I mean, yes, you can ensure some placement points here and there, but that's not always guaranteed. Even if you are playing passive, it's not 100% certain that you get those placement points, and they need every single point that they can get. So specifically talking about, like I was saying, a team like Exit, when they're comfortable with that aggression and they're kind of in a very, very desperate position, if I'm them, I'm just going to go for it. You have nothing to lose at this point, because even if you do make it to the Super Weekend, you're still fighting this uphill battle, so you might as well go all out.
So kind of a follow-up question on that. So do you think, you know, that you chose full-out aggression, do you think they're going to be changing their drop and potentially hot dropping?
Ooh, you know what? I doubt it, but I really hope so. I hope we get something crazy like that. I know Seven's on board with that too, because I know Seven loves the chaos.
I was gonna say with Exit, I mean, they've been in this position before. I don't think they're gonna hot drop. They're not. I don't think they're gonna be willing to be that aggressive. But exactly. I will see them maybe pushing earlier fights, which is kind of what we saw last week of League Play, right? And then what's gonna happen if those early fights don't go your way in the first 3 matches, let's say, right? Your Exit, you try to early fight on, and those go their way. I want to see how they're going to be reacting to that, because last week we saw what happened. They didn't decide to do anything. They just crumbled. Their momentum absolutely crumbled. So it's going to be this first game, man. It's going to be so exciting.
Oh my goodness, I do not disagree, because we already said it. This is the start, the very start of the very last week before we get to the final. So they have to start off strong to try and get into this very last Super Weekend if they're hoping to qualify. So, I mean, we luckily do not have that long to wait, Seven and Glitter. In fact, we're just going to send it on over there right now into first match on Erangel, Hot Jukes, and Mustache Dave.
Well, that's right. You don't got to wait a second longer, baby. Let's get it going. Game number 1 here of the last really league play. Dave, you know what? First off, we have to start this off with the good old-fashioned Mustache Dave momentum meter. I need a number crunch, Dave. Who's got it and who doesn't?
Hold up, wait a second. Be right back. All right, I'm back.
Got it.
I had to get it. I had to get the momentum meter. Who's got it? That's what you're asking me?
That's
Who's
right.
Who's got it?
Who's got it?
Baluch, they got it, man. They missed Super Weekend number 1. They played in Super Weekend number 2. They got about 84 points. Baluch, they need to make sure to qualify for this 3rd Super Weekend, because remember, Hot Jukes, the goal here, Super Weekend, top 16. All these teams, they need to be in that top 16 in order to play in the finals. So that is the goal here. And yep, I'm looking at it. You're looking at it. I'm talking about it. Now you're going to talk about it. Zone number 1, man.
Dude,
Zone number 1.
Talk about it,
dude.
please.
What
a shift, dude. All the way And it looks like it could be in Military Island. That's going to be a fun one for all these teams. Honestly, it's the worst whenever you have a plane path going on one side of the map and the circle shifting. You know, everyone's got to get looted up real fast and get going. And it looks like North George, we're going to see a party between, guess who it is, Dave? Navi and Alpha 7. This is the first time we have seen these teams go at it this entire tournament.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised that finally they're going to be next to each other taking these early fights because, like you said, definitely catching me out of that left field. And Miku looks a little surprised himself. Tagged up a lot. Was able to pop into that first story in the corner, find a bandage, try to heal up. But look at this. We're starting to see some grenades get tossed out from Carrillo.
Carrillo looking to get to the action quickly. I mean, so far, the thing about North George is there's so many areas that you can hide, so many nooks and crannies, and you can see Carrillo try to fish one of them out.
This one's good.
With that nade, that looks pretty good. It's the laser nade. Oh, gonna bounce off the window a little bit right there. So he's gonna live for a little bit longer. And right now, Navi is very, very split up. Carrillo has that intel. He's gonna send it in a 1v1. Oh no, the Molotov. That was a good one. And he's on fire, and he's gonna go down.
Yep. Okay, well, there's one. So with that in mind, I'm really curious if A7 just continue to, what looks to me like they're sectioning off these Navi players one at a time and then prioritizing taking down that one individual member. And I'm already looking, Carrillo, I'm looking at them, looking at Matic. That might be that next player that is going to get sectioned off from their teammates. But over here, Xset trying to rep that set. This is a huge week for Xset. They need to qualify. They have yet to play in the Super Weekends. If they qualify for the Super Weekend, there's still a chance. There's still that hope that they might make it to the finals. But it all starts right here, right now, Hot Jukes.
Oh yeah, and I guarantee you they have their work cut out for them, even if they do make it into the Super Weekend. But if they don't, then it's all over. It's all over. They're gonna go ahead and sit back and relax till next year, really, for the same opportunity. And that's something they don't want to do. They want to stay in this, but they got a heck of a road ahead of them. And when it comes back to this fight, Alpha 7 and Navi, I mean, we've been seeing these two squads go at it all tournament long. And I think I still have been waiting. I've been checking my Twitter every single day, Dave. We're waiting for a fan to tell me exactly how many times these guys have gone on it and how many times Alpha 7 has whooped Navi, because that seems to be a trend here, Dave. I think every single time I've seen these two go at it, you know, Alpha 7 ends up on top 99% of the time. What do you think?
99 problems, but Navi ain't one.
And you hate to see it. I mean, Navi have been having a little bit of trouble this tournament. Matic with a good angle there, but I mean, look how fast the return fire is. Instantly from Alpha 7. The second somebody gets knocked, it's like they can just get even angrier. So Matic gonna have to pull off a Christmas miracle here if he wants to be able to survive against Alpha 7, and they're gonna just push so well, honestly. Matic just doesn't stand a chance here.
99 problems, but Navi ain't one. That's exactly what A7 are saying up here in North Georgia. They get 4 kill points, 4 elim points very early on, and we'll get back to that fight because I feel like we really need to touch on this one, this bridge camp that Xset are currently holding down here. This is big because Xset looking to qualify for Super Weekend number 3. Same thing with Buluk. Buluk, they did play in a Super Weekend, but they're still down there at the bottom when we're looking at the overall leaderboards. When we're looking at the overall league standing leaderboards, they're in 18th place. So both these teams have a lot to lose. Both these teams really need to make sure to tighten it up here in the next 2 days. The next 2 days to qualify. And the reason I'm talking about Xset here, very interesting early game decision, right? To try to go for that bridge camp. The question that kind of poses in my mind is how long do they want to hold it down? Because teams that tend to hold down the bridge camp for a long amount of time towards that mid, even the early game, they get sandwiched pretty easily because other teams might use that west bridge with the same idea to wrap around them. So I almost feel like with this circle, Hot Jukes, I'd much rather have Xset go to the top of that mountaintop, the observatory, all the way up there on way military base. Yeah, way up there. I'd rather much have them hold that position down compared to a bridge camp early game Yeah, as we can see on the minimap, you know what I'm talking about, just a little south of Exet. Do you have an opinion on that one?
I don't want to see them split up. That's what I don't want. That's for sure. And we're starting to see that a little bit right here. I don't think the bridge camp was a bad idea, only considering that the circle, right, shifted so far away from the plane path. So they know for a fact that nobody's behind them. They literally looted up just some level 1 gear, a gun, and sent it straight to that bridge, and they were there first. So, you know, a bridge camp early is good to be able to try to sneak away some kills. It looks like they weren't able to get as many as they wanted. They got one at least. But at a certain point in time, you have to say, forget it. Like, this bridge camp isn't going to work out for long because we're going to get choke pointed like crazy. Like you said, we're going to get sandwiched, and we're going to get taken out, you know, mid-late game. And Exet, they're not in a position to get taken out early game or mid-game. They need late game finishes every single game today. And I'm talking very late. They need to be in the top 3, I think, no matter what, because they got to make it into the Super Weekend. I'm honestly still shocked, and I mean really shocked, at the fact that Exet and Team Kessel have not made it into one Super Weekend. Honestly, I still can't get over it.
Well, talk about getting over it. Fran out here, all the way up here on the top here. So kind of back to that Exet point. I agree with you. Early game kill points, most of the time, 9 out of 10 times, I would say, yeah, go for it. You know me. You've been with me 2 years now. I'm always talked about you want to look for those early fights because you can assume that nobody's going to be near you, right? You won't get third party. But when we're talking about Exet, I'd much rather them focus on placement points. And Exet, they qualified here to this stage, PMGC West, with their aggression, with their kill points. Like, that's their bread and butter, in my opinion. But they are so far back, 0 points on the overall league standing leaderboards. I think they got to change it up here a little bit. And even with this 2-2 split hot jukes, that has me worried. I'd much rather them just stay grouped up, go all the way up there on that mountaintop right to the south of J, hold it down. Hold that spot down, go for that third party action, maybe get a kill here or there, but at least if you can hold that mountaintop down and it continues to favor it, which I got a feeling it will, those are solid placement points. We've seen teams win games off of holding that position down. So Exet, they have that on the table. I just want them to use it. I want them to take that right now and play for these placement points, man.
Man, at this point, I don't even care where they hold, as long as they hold it together. I mean, being split up, I think they definitely realized it. We saw them just immediately eject from Novo. Killswitch is still holding that off angle, but he has to know that right now, the whole lobby is coming their way with that kind of shift. So they have the position, they have the priority, but they can't split themselves up and gatekeep the entire lobby. This lobby is too high skill cap in order to do that. Maybe that worked in scrims, but it ain't gonna work here. You have to focus on one squad at a time. These teams are just too good. So Exet, I want to see them focus one team. And to be honest with you, Dave, what they really need to do when it comes to meshing with, changing strategies, they need to look at Besiktas and do exactly what they did. That's it. What Besiktas did last week, just do that, and you'll be good.
Yeah, and that's funny. Actually, having a chat with Besiktas, they said, we're going to do the same thing we did last week. I'm like, oh, yeah, totally. Respect that, because last week, they qualified for Super Weekend number 2. They played one weekend, but they're in 11th place on the overall leaderboard with 166 points. So they did way better than teams who played in 2 Super Weekend. And before the action starts to erupt here, okay.
Oh my gosh,
I'll get back to that because Team Queso, Team Queso needs to defend. Team Queso, another one of these teams just like Exet. I'll get back to my point. Let's see how this unfolds.
Yeah, this is a huge one right here. Team Queso going against Eastern Stars, and they do have one knocked out. Yala, he's gonna try to give some sightlines. He actually challenged the 1v1. Is Lonnie, and he's gonna be able to get that done. Gonna go for the second one. He's got the Bob Barker, the MK. He needs support. Where's the rest of his squad? They have to be there to help him out right here because Team Queso cannot afford to lose anybody. That's a good nade. Oh, great nade there from Kabbalah, from Eastern Stars. And now Team Queso are in some big trouble. Axel needs to be able to get to support. They need to get their team back up. You can see them start creeping and crawling, and it looks like that nade was enough to buy them a full reset. maybe may lose a couple players here if Axel just give away that position.
Uh-oh. Yeah.
Where's their fourth?
And Axel, the thing is, Axel can't even go for that pickup because they're so grouped up that one grenade will take out all 3 of the squad mates from Team Queso. So Axel on the high ground with this Scar, trying to get that spray down, was able to gather some intel. Now is going to be tossing up that follow-up grenade, but it's up to Axel. You know, they need to hit these shots. They pretty much need to win this 1v3 right now, Hot Jukes.
Yeah, it's over. It's over. Ram was taken down a little earlier, so that is unfortunate for them. Oh, a nice nade there.
1v2.
Okay. 1v2. He needs to get these points. Like, they only have 1 placement point if they go out at 0. Can he make the play? Oh, that nade. That's hurt too much. Eastern Stars gonna finish Team Queso out. I mean, 15th place. That's the goose egg when it comes to placement points. And only 1 kill point, Dave. That is not the start that Team Queso needs.
Look at Xset just now rotating. Xset definitely had the advantage a couple zones to go. Now they're going to be pulling in kind of late, in my opinion, behind Ghost and Buluk. I'm not going to be surprised if Xset get taken out here right now, just because other teams are able to set up ahead of them. So we'll have to keep tabs on that one because Carrillo from A7, already 6 kills. They took out 2 members of S2G. Or they're going to take out the next 2 here and get 2 squad wipes before the 15-minute mark.
That might be, that nade just a little too far. Carrillo extremely pushed up all by himself. And I wonder if the rest of S2G, actually, never mind. Revo is right there on the other side. And they're going to start applying pressure onto S2G. And this is a hard complex to hold. Because I guarantee you, Alpha 7 know every single angle of this building. And look at Revo with the shenanigans. The beautiful angles on the ledge and takes down S2G.
Now, this is how you know A7, they're just toying with everybody's emotions right here. They let them feel like they can get the revive just for a second, then popping up like, nah, psych, taking you out. Talk about the mind games. And hey, more mind games. We'll keep tabs on A7 because they're not too far off from this engagement here on the bridge between the Knights and Fenerbahce.
Fenerbahce going to be trying to... They've been holding this angle for so long because Xset beat them to the bridge, so they've been stuck on the bridge. And now they're having to deal with the Knights. But Berlioz going to have to figure out some shots onto the Knights. Does get a couple. The Knights have to take this fight. They cannot just full send it across this bridge. If they do, they die.
Well, here comes A7 and Eastern Stars, or at least what's left of them, to kind of pull in and pile in on top of this fight. So the Knights, they do have the numbers advantage, but they're slowly getting chunked away by the blue zone too. So talk about the pressure right here on the bridge, Hot Jukes.
And then Alpha 7 just says, all right, you know what? You guys can't send it, but we'll send it. And they send it right into oblivion in between all of these squads. The Knights now just going to eat a whole lot more blue zone. Here comes Octavian from Eastern Stars. And he's trying to figure out his own way onto this bridge. But man, this is going to be a complete stalemate. Only one team is going to survive. Fenerbahce throw out a smoke, and they realize we don't even want to be in the blue zone for any longer. And they're going to have one member full send it, while Xenox going to hop in that UAS, try to find some angles. Eastern Stars, they full send it into the water.
Oh. I don't think that was intentional, man. I don't think so. So the reason I'm saying that is because they're not swimming in there, crawling uphill. Duke and Machine on their knees. Octavian trying to pull up right behind them, trying to catch Coops off guard while they are driving over that bridge. Octavian trying to hit that heel. Oh, wasn't able to get it in time. So close. And it looks like now they're just down to a solo on Eastern Stars.
Just like that, almost the entire squad wiped. And the Knights are now going to be doing a little gatekeeping themselves. This is still circle number 4. Oh, a nice shot there from Kapal. And they're going to leave Xenox. Xenox holding the back line for just a little too long. And the rest of the Knights, I think, are a little bit too hurt and playing this a little safer. And they're going to sacrifice Xenox. There, Revo, the last member of Alpha 7, got across, full sent it, and just ran right into another player. 13th place finish. Crazy to see, but they still got 8 kills. So, I mean, they still got some decent points regardless.
So the Knights ended up going out after all. And I like that they left Xenox in the backline. Like you said, that sacrifice to kind of be that block between him and his teammates to at least give him that chance to rotate into that zone. But they spent so much time out there that they just tried to drive in and, well, Papa Blue put the final nail in the coffin for him. So Getting into this game, though, looking at the actual zone, Unicorns of Love all the way down there in the south have a pretty strong position when we're talking late game action. But over here, the Black Dragons doing a little bit of investigating. They might have spotted out Furious, as did see them make a couple U-turns. I'm looking for this fight, though, to happen. There's a member of Furious in this shack. Golden definitely spotting him here. Hello, out of place. That's what Golden's saying, and Golden's going to be getting 1 kill point right there at least, unless Scream can do something.
Oh, almost got the run over. Was GC. Scream's gonna have to do something indeed. He's gonna start running up this hill. He's got the Uzi in hand. He's ready for that CQC action. His teammate did get eliminated, so now he doesn't have that assist, those sight lines anymore. But the rest of Furious Gaming, they are furious. You can see them starting to get in positions, ready to gatekeep the Black Dragons as they're trying to battle for this dominant position on the east side of this final circle coming up here. Black Dragons do look like they are going to be able to get a full reset here, so the Furious Gaming look to kind of like take a little bit more time. Scream's got the angles, and he's just going to be peeking up and down. The gopher technique, Dave. It's the gopher technique.
Okay. Scream swapping on over to the M4 to get that confirmed over here, get that kill point on the board. Might be able to get another one, actually. Peeking over that ledge. Big Malo, though, with the support, swapping on over to the M249, trying to get that spray down on the Dacia. Man, Black Dragons are just getting picked apart right here, down to just GC God.
The toes, Dave, the toes, able to catch it underneath that dossier, and they go down there. It looks like we have one member up left for the Black Dragons, as we still go over to Baluk. Jaftan, you said they had the momentum, and look at that, Elaine, switching guns, back and forth, beautiful, fires, and he gets it done! Elaine, kid! Dave, how much momentum did they get after that one? Tell us, Dave, tell us.
Okay, they got a lot, but I'm not going to lie that they just started hot, Jukes. They need to keep this momentum through the entirety of the league play and make sure to qualify for this third Super Weekend. But that was a great play from Elaine. They got a little 1-1 split down there in the south. They got those shelters to use for the time being. Unicorns of Love, we were talking about their positioning earlier on. Looks like they were able to spot out football lists, and they're trying to make the push, trying to make the collapse, trying to get the double run over with their vehicles out here.
They are just sending you back and forth, and look at this, Lavasit's in the US. I don't want to get run over, man. I'm gonna just chill in this vehicle in the smoke. And you can see him third party looking, peeking. He's gonna hop out now finally, and looks like he will get eliminated. So Unicorns of Love with a beautiful gatekeep, getting it done right on time, and now they have to make the long trip to this next circle.
But they got vehicles, and they got meds, they got ammo, they got a bunch of crates right now. So right there, they look like a pack of wild wildebeest, I'm going to say. There you go. Wildebeest. We'll see what they could do, though. They're going to have to rotate, like you said. But over here, GC God. Yep. Okay, so GC God wasn't taken out from Furious, but Xset, who have, been holding down this north for some time. And talk about holding it down. 4 members of Ghost right now in the shelter. Are they going to move?
Oh, Frozen doesn't stand a chance. Frozen.
Frozen's
wait, how? Bayo, how much time are you gonna... Bayo took so much time with that. Goes for the challenge and gets the dub on that one. So Ghost playing it
Frozen's
very
teammates.
sneaky. Oh,
they said see ya.
They said wrong building. Wrong building, Frozen. But maybe that might just invigorate the rest of next Maria to get their boy, to help him out. Help the boy Frozen, get the revenge on the Ghost. But they have to deal with Xset. Xset have so much, they have everything to lose here in these next 2 days of league play. They have to pop off this game. Kill switch goes down to Ghost. Jay gonna have to hold his angles. Now they're having to deal with 2 squads at the same time. This is what I was talking about earlier. It's so difficult to handle this pressure. HH gets another knock. Now Xset are in big trouble.
Big trouble as multiple teams looking to push up this hill. Fortunate for Xset, they're going to have Kudor behind. Ghost trying to get that revenge after taking out Frozen a couple moments ago. But look at the terrain. Look at the different little divots and dips here. I see Bayo looking to make a move, looking to get the off angle onto next Rio. That could be huge for Ghost Gaming, who are kind of stuck, just like Xset, in multiple battles right here. Bayo pulling up from behind with the Uzi.
Oh, the turnaround. Almost goes down there, but able to make it by just the last bullet, and now Ghost, Bayo realized it. Hey, we're dealing with two different squads here, and now they're getting punished. Here comes Polo, shutting down the rising squad of Ghost as they climb the hills. Can Polo win this 1v1 with HH? He does! And it looks like Exit are now in a great position. They do have the next zone as well. They're gonna get some kills, get this reset, and they should be in charge to win this game with this particular circle.
Look at that. Bayo's still alive, too. Needs to hit this heal if they even have any heals. Oh, 1v1 action down here.
Oh, man, down!
From above!
M16, bop, 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 bop. Getting it
And
done
we get another?
there.
Can we get another? Yep, they did. So, great job from Exa. I know I was questioning them a little earlier on just because I want to see them kind of go for that passive play style, get these secured placement points. But it looks like they're going to be making sure to defend the North all game long. And they're getting a nice amount of kill points here in game number 1.
Well, I can't blame you, Dave. I mean, after missing 2 Super weekends, I think everybody has the right to question them. So right now, everyone's got their eyebrow raised a little bit when it comes to Exit, but hopefully that eyebrow will start lowering little bit by little if they continue to play like they're playing here in game number 1. They're in a great spot. They have the entire north of this circle. Furious Gaming, Unicorns of Love, and Eastern Stars, the last remaining member, are out of this zone. So the circle is starting to close here, and you can just start seeing that pressure happen. Exit has to hold them down.
Yeah, they have to hold them down, but they can kind of big chill too while these teams in the south look to take out each other.
Oh, Furious Gaming, and look at this! Ilt's going for the run over, gets shut down by Big Milo. So Unicorns of Love are using the run over plays, trying so hard, but it doesn't look like it matters because Rolkis and Big Milo, with the support on that off angle, are able to get them finished. All of them are knocked though, so Rolkis has to get the reset. Oh, Kabbalah with the KS!
Kabbalah, last one alive too for Eastern Stars, was able to pull up just a little bit, but Fresh did get picked up. Gonna be a 1v2. Gonna be spotted, tagged, and bagged. Top 2, Exet looking to get a winner-winner chicken dinner. Can they close this though? Can they recognize the situation they're in before Rolkis gets that pickup downhill, or will they play this one nice and slow and try to gather as much intel as possible? Remember, they're trying to get this chicken. They're trying to get this dub. They need to qualify for Super Weekend number 3.
Oh, this is scary. Okay, so Exet is going for a full 3-man split, and the reason why they're doing it is because they realize that the Unicorns of Love are pressed up against the blue zone. So they're using the blue zone as their 4th teammate. And it's a great idea, and if they're able to kind of separate this, Unicorns of Love, look what they have to cross. They have to cross in the dead wide open if they want to survive. But Exit cannot split too much, and they can't overpeak, because if they get knocked with this kind of split, they're not getting picked back up, Dave.
Yeah, and then they got Jay holding down the back lines. To me, it's almost as if Jay's trying to make sure they don't get backstabbed, right, from a snake from behind. So it's only a matter of time before, hopefully, Polo recognizes, okay, all 3 enemies across the road, relay that intel back to teammates, and then make a plan.
I want to see Exit, I want to see J7 and Jay just hold the edge of that circle to do the gatekeeping with Polo on that off angle. I think if they're able to hold that down, I think that's exactly what they're going to do. You're going to see Jay rotate over, hold that circle, because they know that Unicorns of Love have to cross the wide open. With Polo on that off angle, that could be disgusting.
Oh, now some smokes too. Unicorns of Love, do they have a vehicle? That's my question. Will we see it come into play? Fresh has this little tree. Oh, we already see grenades start to get tossed out. Rolkis, I do believe, has a buggy. But here comes Jay with the opening knock.
Fresh getting eliminated. That's that off angle. That's perfect there from that side. The rest of Unicorns of Love, they're completely pinched. They have to run out in the wide open. Some smokes come out, trying to help them out a little bit. That volley was very, very close. So Rolkis has to make it just kind of a magical play here if they want to survive. He goes ill, running across wide in the open. He's 1 HP, actually makes it across. Wow.
Is able to get a lot of attention from Exit on them. So it's really up to Rolkis to go for a play.
I'm so surprised he even made it across that street. I think that Exit shouldn't even allow that to happen. But they did open that door. Can Unicorns of Love make a play? No, there he goes, Polo shutting down that off angle. It's Rolkis at the end, and he's gonna go down a chicken dinner for Exit. Oh man, that has gotta be the biggest like breath of fresh air for this team. Boy, do they need that dinner.
Yeah. They needed that dinner, 15 points, plus all the kills that they were able to get kind of holding down that north. And I like that they were playing it kind of slow towards that late game. They recognized, hey, we got this zone, we have the advantage. All they needed to do was make sure nobody can surprise them from behind. They did just that. And then when they recognized, okay, across the road, that's our last roadblock here. Let's get it. They got it here. The question is, though, Hot Jukes, they're having a strong start. Yes. The question is, though, can they maintain this strong start? Can they continue on through today and tomorrow to make sure to get this spot in Super Week number 3? And then even if they get the spot, what will they do next, right? That's the question on a lot of people's mind here. But one step at a time. So I definitely do respect it. And great start for Exet here. Last week, man, do or die. Show up. Show up and po up.
Oh, I mean, that's the question I got to ask you, Dave. You're the master of momentum, right? A chicken dinner here at the start. I know for a fact, I'm kind of looking at your meter from far away, right? And I can see it just leaning forward. But how sensitive is it right now for Exit?
Very sensitive. They can't let the one chicken dinner kind of blind them and like get in their way and allow them to get too much confidence, right? And start to slip up and make these plays like, hey, we just got a chicken, we're feeling good, we're feeling confident. Because I don't think they're anywhere near that right now. Just because I'm looking at the overall league standings, and what I see for Exet, what I see for Team Queso is a 0, right? Is a 0. So just one step at a time. But this is a great start, not gonna lie. Now I want to see this from Team Queso as well. I want to see Team Queso get a chicken dinner. I want to see these two teams playing this next Super Weekend.
Dude, that run over on the bridge was insane. And we're just seeing the highlights here from this match. The Knights doing that bridge gap all to Eastern Stars. Exet really did the great job here of the second they noticed the plane path and where the circle shifted to, they looted up very quickly and they full sent it. And that just kind of goes to show you that especially at this high level, it really is position over loot.
Unicorns of love. I did appreciate this aggressive play. They could have just went to zone, but instead they recognized, hey, there's a team out there, aka footballists, and well, they just piled in on their vehicles and got a couple points underneath their belt right there.
I love Ghosts, how they're really showing that they can play super passive. You know, you saw them just holding that angle inside that building for such a long time, and then they started trying to crest this hill, but at the timing they did, they got pinched in between both Exet and Nextria and weren't able to come out on top. Towards the end there, Unicorns of Love getting the better of Furious Gaming. Even though they did go for that kind of cheeky run over, didn't quite work out. Big Milo with that M249 definitely caused a problem, but once Unicorns of Love got this finish, then it was all second place from there. Oh, look at Jay. Taps. Got him.
Okay. And yep, here's the final battle. Polo with the UMP right there. Oh, did Polo get both of them? Yes, I do believe Polo did get them both. And I like to see that too. We saw going back to the Americas, Polo popping off, Kill Switch popping off from the squad. Maybe now they're just turning up, flipping that switch, as some would say. But let's hear what the desk got to say about game number 1.
It definitely seemed like Seven knew something about them flipping a switch, because that was actually his guess. I have to say, Seven, that was our first time getting a guess right. So, I mean, just talk it through. I mean, you deserved it. Talk about what happened with Exet.
Yeah, I got in some picks right, all right? It was just the past Super Weekend that I was kind of cursing some people. But Exet with that chicken dinner, 11 elims and the chicken dinner, that is so big for them. I'm going to be talking about them a little bit more, but I do want to give some props to some of the other teams as well. Unicorns of Love there with 21 points. Eastern Stars and Blue Chopdown, they had the game that they needed. And then we had Team Queso there with 1 point. And we saw what happened with Alpha 7 and Navi, I think, with Alpha 7. You know what? There's so much to talk about. Let me actually talk about Exet real quick. I will have to disagree with my boys. I will have to disagree with Mustache Davis and Hodges. I love what I saw from Exet there in regards to aggressiveness. Even though they really didn't get that many elims at the start, they played it so well. We see Exet Polo here with a 5 elim, 640 damage. But Glitter, something that I was even talking about is them bridge camping played out big time for them, because they were able to block so many teams and force them to fight outside the zone. We saw Knights ended up dying to the zone. We saw Alpha 7 having to push into 3 teams fighting with each other, and that was all because of Exet's bridge camp.
Yeah, it ended up having this crazy ripple effect that affected so many other teams that benefited Xset in the long run. I mean, we saw specifically A7 and the Knights, both of those teams had such successful early game aggression. I mean, when A7 went out early, they already had 8 elims. When Knights went out, they already had 5 elims. So had Xset not done that, there's a very real possibility that both of those teams could have had very strong games and Xset might not have gotten that chicken dinner.
And I just want to put this out there. I would love to continue to see this from Xset. I think it's not a time for them to kind of just be super passive. This team needs to be aggressive, and this team, if it is going to be making it to Super Weekend, especially after that awesome start, I feel like they need to continue this aggressiveness, because during the Super Weekend, they need to get all the points. They can't only go for placement points.
Exactly. I mean, you at least have to go on ahead and get a really good balance for both, but they definitely need to make it in this next Super Weekend. So I actually really liked that aggression. That was pretty insane to watch. And guys, this is the last chance to go on ahead and make some sort of a fan vote before the finals. So just a reminder, you guys can vote for your favorite PMGC teams and players and go on ahead and get yourself some rewards. Get a voting ticket by logging into the game, watch live in the Esports Center, or share the voting page with your friends. Find more information in the in-game Esports Center, but basically go play PUBG Mobile, gets millions of various rewards, including pink level permanent items only during this PMGC period. Also, so since that was a really spicy first game, I also have a very spicy first question that obviously we're not going to be able to 100% have the answer for just yet, but just blank statement right now. You guys put the answer in chat. Yeah, I know. Flare of the eyes here. Which team will miss out on this Super Weekend?
You heard it, Glitter? Did you hear it?
I did.
I did. So 7. So you said Team Queso. Is there any thoughts behind that?
There is. There's a lot of thoughts behind it. This is a team that Glitter and I were actually talking about before the show started. I was saying how I was actually looking to pick them here on this upcoming Miramar match. But after what I just saw in that engagement with S2G, yeah, it leaves. Actually, I don't remember if it was S2G. It might have been Easterns. It just leaves so much to be desired. We saw Axel just kind of still looting around, being super patient while his teams are getting into engagement. One of his teammates was down as well. There was only one teammate kind of fighting it out. They had the numbers advantage at one point, but Axel just took too long. So it seems to me like there might be, and this is just me speaking out of what I saw on that engagement, it seems like there's a little bit of a disconnect between that team. And after that performance, I just don't see them making it to the Super Weekend unless something drastically changes on this Miramar.
What about you, Glitter? What are your thoughts? Who do you think will miss out on this Super Weekend?
I'd have to agree with that, honestly, 7. Right now, for me, it's Team Queso. Like you said, that could change throughout the day based off of what happens. But right now, if I have to answer that question, it's going to be Queso.
I understand that because, you know, the two teams we were taking a look at were Xset, Team Queso. Xset came in super strong. Team Queso still obviously have to go on ahead and try to figure some stuff out. But y'all, that was only our first match. Things could go on ahead and change quite a lot. We're going to go on ahead and go into our second match on Miramar after a very quick break. So don't go anywhere, y'all. We still have all 4 matches left.
They're going to be holding off the entirety of DRS, pushing in onto this on-time now. Rock has taken place. Arcadia's going to be calling on up. This is a very smart play. Oh no! Oh no, Nima!
Always he kommer här inside here from Jesper Poliana. Nice. They could move closer. They could try to stick together. They find the revive coming from those stereotypical locations.
Yeah, boy.
So we saw these teams drop on by. No, don't do it. Don't save it. The paraglider is using this, okay?
Mello, though, in a position to maybe receive open arms Reggie in a battle of his own.
Roger that.
Wall does get done. Will get down. Back up.
Help me! Roger that.
Sarah, in the meantime, has managed to push all the way up. But it's the holdout coming through from the Deadeye's guy, straight through the window. Lands some.
Just starting to make their way outside of Pachinki, which I would argue is a little bit too late. A couple of teams would like to go around. Helicopter! Extended more, and I'm sure others will join in on the mix. If there's ever a time to say, helicopter, helicopter!
It was at this moment that Nathan knew. He f***ed up.
No!
But this will make it big.
7-9 if they can get the chicken dinner. Now we're seeing a lot more information here. Yeah, speeding up. What? What? He got it back in! He got it back in! 7-9 with chicken dinner!
Hey y'all, welcome back. PMGC 2021 West League. It is the first day of the very last league play, and we're about to go into our second match on Miramar. I mean, after that first match there's definitely a lot to go ahead and keep an eye on. I mean, was there more that you wanted to actually go ahead and identify, Seven? You said there was a lot of teams you wanted to talk about just in that first match.
There was. I mean, let's start with one that we've been talking about the whole tournament, Alpha 7 and Navi. I love what Alpha 7 did there, and the reason why I loved it is because I think Alpha 7's finally starting to realize, hey, we're not that far away from the finals. We're at this point, they're pretty much guaranteed to make it to the finals, and it's time for them to kind of mark their territory in a way and let Navi know, hey, this is now that we're getting past the phase of weekly league play, now that we're getting past the phase of Super Weekend and going to the finals, you guys need to know not to come near us or we are going to hunt you down. I love that. And then another team that I need to mention is Blue Chaptan. Elian. I mean, this guy, the amazing skill that he just showcased us in that last game, Glitter, being able to clutch up all those elims, being able to challenge. I just love the aggressiveness. And on top of that, I mean, he was able to get some points that are super needed for Blue Chaptan because that's a team that needs to make it to the next Super Weekend.
Yeah, and oh, go ahead, Span.
Oh, I was just gonna comment like definitely by a lot, but if you had a thought on that as well, definitely want to hear it.
Well, I feel like we're just seeing, I mean, we said at the beginning of the day, and you just mentioned it now, Seven, Blue Chaptan's obviously one of those teams that needs to pick it up. I even said that Mad Bulls and Blue Chaptan were those ones that are in a very dangerous position in the overalls right now, so keeping our eyes on them for that aggressive gameplay. I didn't expect, though, for it to be instant aggression, especially out of Blue Chaptan, and not in a negative way, but I think we've seen them slowly kind of picking it up over the last couple weeks, and then I feel like today they just came hot right out of the gate, and I don't know if that is indicative of how they're going to play this entire league stage for this week, this league play portion, but I hope it is, because we're getting new superstars now, Seven, which is something we always love to talk about, seeing those plays happen, those pop-off moments. And I don't know, I'm kind of hyped on Blue Chaptan right now.
Yo, why you gotta take the words right out of my mouth? Sorry, Span. Let me just say something. I'm so glad you mentioned superstar, because I was just thinking about that too. And if this team can, and this is something I always say, if this team can rally behind their superstar, which, I mean, Blue Chaptan, you just got shown firsthand who the star is in that team. Elian, come on now. If he can continue to perform like that and his teams back him up, the points will just become a little bit easier for that team.
Okay, well, wow, you guys are hyping up quite a few teams. That's just gonna lead straight into actually our predictions for this match. I mean, at this point, do we even need to go in a row? I feel like we just gotta reveal it all at once. Kind of ironically, all three of us for this next match to win this Miramar match is Mad Bulls. I mean, we can go on ahead and talk about why though. Seven, if you want to start off why Mad Bulls winning this next match potentially.
I mean, I actually went back as an analyst and looked at week 1, and this team performed amazing when it came to Miramar. That's their only reason. As I said earlier, I was gonna go with Team Queso, but after that first game, boy, I changed my mind. How about you, Glitter? What was the reason?
Okay, it's multi-pronged. One, it is because they did perform well in week 1 on Miramar, and we had said a few times how Miramar was that wild card map. However, this team found a lot of consistency on it. Last time we saw it a lot. 2, they're one of those teams that desperately needs those points, so they're going to be pushing that much harder for it. And 3, they honestly didn't have a terrible first game performance. They got a little bit unlucky, but I saw sparks of some really solid teamwork and aggression. So I'm hoping that since this is their better map, it ends up going their way.
Yeah, and I'd like to add 4. They need to go on ahead and do well because they have to make it into this next Super Week, and that's the next point. And since we have seen their definite aggression doing well on this map, like, I kind of expect them to go on ahead and pop off. I mean, I also know I chose them for this first match as well, but let's just ignore that fact. This next one, I'm also pretty confident with the Mad Bulls because we do know that they can absolutely kill in the league play, but we're just going to go on ahead and jump right on into it, see who in fact is going to go on ahead and do well, because we're about to jump into our second match. Miramar, take away, casters.
Let's get it going. Match number 2 here. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to PUBG Mobile Global Championships League Play, the final one that we're going to see for this tournament. I can't believe we're already here, Dave. I can't believe we're already here. It's still so much on the line.
It's time, man. We are here. I gotta ask you though,
what's
Mad
up?
Bulls? Are you on the Mad Bulls hype train? Seems like all the analysts are saying Mad Bulls looking for that dub. I'm saying Mad Bulls too because, you know, I like the FOMO into things. But what about you? Usually you're the one with a lot of common sense out of the group.
Yep.
Do you see Mad Bulls getting the chicken dinner here this game? Tell us the truth.
Nope. Nope. I don't see it. I don't see it happening. Honestly, if you call me biased, call me what it is. I want to see Team Kessel get it here. You know, because I remember back in the day just seeing how much Team Kessel would dominate on Miramar. This is their map, in my opinion, as far as the skill set that they can bring to the table, you know? And we're going to see a hot drop, though, between next Ruya and S2G in Hacienda. It's a party. It's a fiesta in Hacienda, baby. Who's going to win this one?
It's a party.
I'll get back to my point in a second,
Who's got the guac? Who's got the chips? Yeah, get back to your point in just a second. S2G kind of separated. Next, Rhea. Look at this. Moving as a unit, as four squad mates, shoulder to shoulder. The one counter to that, though, could be a grenade, Hot Jukes.
Oh, man, that nade came and they were pushing and they pushed right back. Said, you know, let's go ahead and hold off on that aggression for just a little second there. Reyes from Baluk Chaptan going down right there in that moment. Goon Machine.
Hey, back to Hacienda. What's going on here?
Yeah, I mean, what is going on? You're right.
Hacienda, man.
Why did we leave Hacienda? Oh, there we go. There we go. Thank you. All right, and next, Rihanna. Oh, it looks like they did get good. Oh, was it the SKS? Oh, what a play. And they just got, and then Silas comes with the DBS. They just got deleted so fast.
So SKS is, for me at least, I feel like they're almost better close range. Early game, just like that. I know they're DMR and all that stuff, but close range, I've seen that multiple times, especially here within the competitive scene. You tend to get it on the drop. You pick it up, no scope. You don't need a scope. You just hip fire it, and that thing packs a punch, man. And right there, that kind of proves my point. I think they got, what, 3 out of the 4? I got to go back and watch it, but 3 out of the 4 knocks onto next Rhea.
At least 2, for sure.
At least 2, for sure. But, I mean, that thing...
That thing bops.
SKS?
That thing bops. Yeah, SKS.
SKS? Okay, let me ask you this. SKS over UMP. Close range like that, though. Close range, but close quarters. Close
early
range
game?
and close quarters. Yeah,
early
first 5
game,
minutes.
SKS.
First 5 minutes.
SKS.
Okay.
Honestly.
Exactly.
I would say so.
Okay.
I mean, the reason why is that 7.62 just packs a punch, you know? If they don't have a helmet, 1 bullet into the head, instant knock with 7.62. You know, a couple bullets in the chest, knocked with 7.62. And the thing is, you know, it's gotten so much to the point to where even when people would play, you know, these pros would play TDMs, you know, team deathmatches, they would use the SKS in TDMs. You know, they just recognize the power that it has. So they've been practicing using that SKS in the CQC, in the close quarters combat. So they already had that experience, and busting it out, especially early game when you don't really have all that vests and everything and you don't need those sprays, it can be pretty deadly. The problem where it gets a little bit convoluted is if we're talking like how many players are you going against, you know? If you're going up against multiple players, maybe you want to have, you know, that UMP so you can have that full auto quick spray, you know? But still, the SKS, if you're able to get just... I mean, you can squad wipe everybody if you just tap them each in the head once, you know?
Yeah, and I think it's also amplified in Hacienda, like we just saw. Because think about it, we saw next Rhea for a moment. They were all working together, shoulder to shoulder, holding hands, like, hey, patting each other in the back, like, you got this, you go first type of deal. In those stairs, right? So SKS, you catch an enemy walking up them stairs, that's it. And that's exactly what we saw right there. So good for them. I think you were talking about Team Queso, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, before all that mayhem. Team Queso, Monte Nuevo, they're going to be all the way out there on that west side. Is the best side, so they got to have a nice little amount of time to get some decent loot before piling in. Let me ask you this. After these highlights from last game, yeah, we saw this.
Elion, oh, so beautiful. Good. Oh, the turn. We didn't see that first kill, though. So he got 1, 2, and the
three-piece.
third. Elliot's
That's
so
what I call
strong there.
The chicken tenders. Not a chicken dinner, but the chicken tenders. So you're definitely going to be feeling good after that. But let me ask you this. You always tell me to put my coach hat on. Your Team Queso, where do you rotate? Where do you rotate? You're Monte Nuevo. Where do you go?
Monte Nuevo, I hug Los Leones, I hug the circle, go all the way Impala, and I go all the way to the hardship side. That's the rule.
Okay.
That's
Thanks,
the rule.
coach.
I mean, in all honesty. And then plus, you know, you have me as the caster who's looking at the map, right?
Okay.
Like, you know, that also helps, you know? That also helps. But in reality, I think that is the obvious play if I was in their shoes. You know, trying to go north, you just know that's just too much unknown, you know. But sending it, Los Leones is a very big city. You should be able to navigate, you know, the few little roadways to be able to get through there. So hardship side, hugging it, that's the strategy. We've seen so many of these teams use it. You know, my question is, though, Dave, when we saw Team Queso have a lot of success back in the day on Miramar.
They were aggressive.
Where did they land, though, back in the day?
Monte Nuevo.
Really?
No,
I remember-
Hacienda.
Yeah,
Hacienda
that's
de
right.
Patron. Yeah,
That's
the Golden
right.
Marauder. It was always
That's right.
theirs. It was always
It was Team
there.
Queso. They were on brand because they had the Golden Marauder. You know,
And they
are
won, too.
That's right.
They won.
They won. So I don't know, Dave. If maybe, but then again, if they went Hacienda this game, they would have had their work. They would have the work cut out for them. You know, so it's I think that's the reason why we're seeing Team Queso not have so much success is the fact that they gave up Hacienda, and this reason right here, Dave. This
car
right
troubles.
there. That's number 2.
Okay,
It's not a Golden Marauder.
The bag on the head, you also can't really see while driving. So that definitely explains this a lot.
Oh, assistance.
Teamwork.
That works. Okay.
So kind of back to your point, like in all seriousness, like pulling off that drop spot, I like it. It's not worth the risk, especially because of their position. 0 points. They can't afford a 16th place. They cannot. That's the reality of the situation they're in. So we're going to keep tabs on Team Queso. I'm going to keep bringing them up here, Hot Jukes, because I'm looking at Team Queso. I'm looking at XSET. No super weekends played. I'm trying to stress it. I know everybody's out there watching, kind of memeing it. Like, okay, yeah, relax, Dave. I'm stressing it, man, because they have no points on the overall leaderboard. And this is do or die. And I truly believe if they qualify for this last super weekend, in my heart, Hot Jukes, I feel like they still have a chance to grab that 16th position. And the only reason I'm saying this is because of the performance that we saw from Besiktas this previous weekend. Besiktas won super weekend. They're in 11th position on the overall. So that is the only kind of glimmer of light in my eyes on why I think XSET and Team Queso can still make it happen.
Oh, Carrillo with the disrespect on the Navi once again. I hate to see that. But going back to what you said, Dave.
I poured my heart out, man. Come on.
Dude, I'm sorry, Carrillo memeing on Navi.
Got a tear from my eye. Got a tear from my eye.
But I guarantee you, Navi has more tears because of Carrillo and Alpha 7, right?
Okay, relax.
But what you're saying about Team Queso is so true. I mean, these are former champs. You know, we've seen what they're capable of. XSET's in the same boat. And I have to stress this. I have to be on top of you when it comes to this, bro. Is like, literally, I can't stress how difficult it is to do what Besiktas did last weekend.
Yeah.
Like that, it's honestly insane. For them to be in 11th place with only one super weekend is ridiculous. It is ridiculous because, I mean, there's so many teams that played 15 more games. 15! And they outscored them still. I mean, so that is what they were the shining light, literally. You know what? If Team Queso and XSET had no hope, I think after watching them, there is hope now. Because now they say, you know what? It is possible. It's not impossible. We can still do it, but you have to do it here first. You have to make it into the super weekend. Otherwise, it's like, oh, well, go home. You're already home, right? Stay home.
Yeah.
That's it.
Stay home. Yeah. Stay home. And Besiktas are also interesting because they mentioned that they're feeling pretty good after last super weekend. They mentioned that, and they said that they're already kind of planning for those finals, and how they're doing that is they're looking for drop spots that are open, and they're practicing their rotations from those drop spots. That's what they told me here today. So I like this a lot. They play in one Super Weekend, they dominate the Super Weekend, and they already go from, okay, let's just try to get some points in the Super Weekend to, okay, let's focus on the finals. Like, you talk about the meter, the momentum meter, you could tell with that mindset, they're already at the top, Hot Chooks. They're concentrating on the finals already, Bashik does. So I don't think anything can stop them when we look at confidence, momentum. Not with that mindset.
Oh, I mean, they're just sitting pretty. They are just sitting real pretty after that one, and they deserve it. I mean, that's the benefit of popping off like the way you do. And honestly, that's also the benefit that teams like, Alpha 7, S2G, all the teams at the top, they get. When you have such a confident position, you're making it to the finals, you can do what you want here. You can start planning for that phase, While we look at Team Kessel, Axel, doing donuts right now, and they're just trying to figure out how to even get past this, how to even get there. And that's a struggle.
They did listen to you, though. Los Leones. You said rotate to the south near Los Leones. So they are down there.
That's the play. Yeah, just hug it all the way, and they should probably wait until the zone pops and then instantly drive to, if it does hard shift, to that next hard shift side. Carrillo doing Carrillo things, taking a couple kills, adding in 4 points to the total.
Yeah. To me, that's him looking for that MVP right now. To me, because if I'm not mistaken, the Gunslinger award, the Grenade Master, the Eagle Eye, the Survivor, and the Medic, those are tallied up throughout the entirety. I have to double check, but I believe, Rebo has been hitting. Talk about trying to get the awards. The Eagle Eye, longest distance sniper kill. Rebo has been one of 2 players in this lobby who have consistently been hitting these sniper shots.
Oh, and as soon as he hit it, and they're just full sending it. And guess who it is on to, Dave? Good old Navi.
Oh, no, that was my second guess.
Second guess. Well, it should be your first because Navi and Alpha 7, I don't know what's going on, but these guys are like magnets to each other, constantly dealing with it. And Navi doing what Navi has been doing against Alpha 7 and heading straight to the lobby.
And, man, looking at this fight still, yes, I understand. Overall leaderboard, A7 #1. Navi, 9th place. I understand where they are on the leaderboard. I get it. The thing is, though, when we're looking at the finals, Hot Jukes, I don't think Navi could keep getting destroyed like they are here now. I feel like they really need to focus on making up some type of game plan on A, how to avoid A7, or B, how to take the fight with A7 and win the fight with A7. I'm always thinking ahead. I don't know how you feel about that, but I'm always thinking ahead. And if I'm Navi, I'm definitely going to have to be thinking ahead when it comes to that.
You got to be avoiding him at some point. I mean, you're like, oh, and what? I don't even know. Like, literally, if you're Kitsune right now, the last one up for Navi, you should just run. You should just run away from Alpha 7. Do all you can. Looks like Team Kessel did take my advice. They waited until that zone shifted and started sending it into that hard shift side, doing that same rotation that we called out a little earlier. So now they're holding it. They have to worry about Fenerbahce, though. If they're able to take out Fenerbahce here, they will own this side of the map. They got to do it together, though. Axel's in a very precarious position, very pushed up. He's going to need some assistance from the rest of his squad. They have to win this fight. You have to win fights at the end of the day, no matter what, no matter where you go.
I call this the rotate, meaning you got to have your bros back here. And it looks like they are going to be pulling up to provide that said support. But I would have liked to have seen it a couple moments ago because I feel like they could have had a nice little knock on a Duke machine, maybe get that kill point. But now Nox Bomb on the high ground, going to be overlooking this. Nox Bomb could really play a spoiler up there on the top, in my opinion.
I mean, just looking at Team Kessel's play style right now, they're just playing it ultra passive because they're in the next zone. I think that if Team Kessel could have it their way right now, they would just share. Like, they don't even want to push this fight, which is kind of crazy to me. I think if this was the Team Kessel that was confident and like at the top, we would have seen them push and take out Fenerbahce here at this moment. But in the position that they're in, with how much is at risk, I think they're opting to just try and play it safe as possible. I don't think it's the right play, but I can understand why that they're playing like this.
Well, it all comes down to where this next circle will end up going, be the deciding factor on whether or not the aggression knob will turn up, and I believe it will. I think the next circle did not favor both these teams, so we'll have to get back to that because Xenox here from the nice, just going for a nice spray down, trying to get the confirm on a kill switch. We'll be able to do just that. Jay, here
comes Jay
in the vehicle. Whoa!
Ole! Ole!
The shoes! How?
Xenox got them hops, baby. Oh man, he's got them all pumped up. That was so close.
Jay, you need to win this. You need to take out Xenox. You cannot let him jump out of your buggy and then
got him. Oh, almost.
Got him. No.
Lay down.
No. Drop shot. Okay. Okay, Jay. Yeah, get that respect back on your name. But Xenox right there, talk about the move. I mean, I saw what? At least 2 feet in the air. The vert jump was something else.
Ooh, he looked at Jay, and like I said, he said Ole. You know, got right past him, but then Jay able to come around and catch him. Chico with some nice shots, putting some pressure, applying it to them. These are both two. I mean, XNet's a squad that they just came off a chicken dinner, right? They got some great points. They're gonna lose quite a few people. Now it's just Jay up left for them. Team Kessel, the team that I really was focusing on this one, they looked like they're gonna be able to get out of this one. They did lose 1 member. They have 1 knocked. They're full resetting, and yeah, Fenerbahce just going to continue to apply the pressure. And this is the problem, though. Fenerbahce, they really don't have much to lose. They know they're making it to the finals for the most part, and they know that Team Kessel's in trouble. Oh, Blue Zone can't touch them. They have to heal up first before Blue comes. Otherwise, both of them are knocked. Can they get it off in time? Oh, Team Kessel's in trouble.
I think they're dead. I think they're dead here. Xset and both Team Queso getting taken out early here this game. Not what they wanted to see. And Team Queso, hold up though, 2v2. Team Queso, instead of taking the fight, they were trying to pull back and avoid the fight, and they were trying to play zone. And Fenerbahce recognized, hey, they are moving out. Let's catch them while their backs are turned against us. And that's exactly what Fenerbahce did. They popped into their vehicles, they tried to close the gap, and then shot Team Queso in the back. So Team Queso, although they knew that team was up there toward the north, I don't think they were prepared for that gun battle because obviously they're in vehicles.
Nice shots there from Silas. And I think that when it comes down to Team Queso, they cannot do what they just did, period. They can't just expect teams to respect them, right? They have too much to lose. There's going to be too many squads here that know they're going to the finals already. So if they realize they get a kill on y'all, they could stay in the blue and just make sure you guys die, because they have nothing to lose while you have everything to lose. So I think that if you're Team Kessel and if you're hearing this, you have to take those fights. You have no choice at this point. You just have to. This is the position that you're in.
At least get 1 or 2 knocks. Maybe not confirm it in that situation. Get a knock so that at least the team is prioritizing getting the pickup, and then you can at least get in your vehicle and pull back and rotate like they did just that. So we'll see what they can do. A couple more games here today, but Hot Jukes, the team that you said, I remember you saying Mad Bulls are getting the chicken dinner this game. I remember all the analysts saying that. Everybody on the squad here, we are rooting for the Mad Bulls. The Mad Bulls still looking for strong, are going to be hovering the north end of the zone. They have Buluk and A7 right in front of them. So let's see if they can survive, not only survive, but get some kill points right now.
Get some of the best teams in the lobby here. Buluk, Chaptad coming up around the corner. Gonna start cresting this hill, applying more pressure to Alpha 7. Elian's gonna go for the res right here. And Nadion's gonna be trying to find some angles. Revo throwing out some nades. Oh, that was actually very well placed for the information that he had as he's trying to do the wrap around, trying to get that res. Furious Gaming and Black Dragons are doing a really good job of kind of, supporting Alpha 7 and applying more pressure to Buluk here.
Alpha 7, they are just stuck between multiple teams right here. And the next zone did shift towards the south. Unicorns of Love have been the zone magnets here today so far in games 1 and 2. Lin with a great little compound down there towards the south, all by themselves trying to hold it down for the time being. I'm looking at Mad Bulls though. They know for a fact there's a couple teams over here trying to fight it out. We saw Mad Bulls trying to third-party them just a couple moments ago. I know the terrain has different levels going for it, so the sightlines might not all be there, but I'm really curious to see if Mad Bulls tend to get a little more aggressive with the enemies up here compared to just straight up rotating to the next zone.
Oh my gosh, Mafioso with more chaos he's causing against 2 members of Buluk Chaptan, and they are eliminated. 7 teams remaining. Alpha 7 still making some noise, even when they're split up completely, forcing Trigger to instantly hit that laydown. And it looks like Mafioso is finally shut down by the Mad Bulls, the team that we all predicted, Dave. Every single one of us now starting to put in some work as they get into this next circle.
And they have a nice little spot up here on the mountain tops. Now, it's not the next zone, but they can play this one kind of slow and gather as much intel as possible before moving on in, and maybe even get a couple kill points on the board while they're at it. As Ghost Gaming, Tensa, HH, looks like they're on the hunt right here. Tensa, UMP, jump shot, blue zone, spray down. 2 kill points, 2 elim points right now on Ghost Gaming.
Fenerbahce done. They're out and dusted in 7th place. 6 teams remaining. Now Alpha 7 with the rotation. They got 2 people in the middle. Carrillo gonna have to hold it down against Unicorns of Love. Gets the 2-piece. Carrillo, can he continue to assert dominance? And it looks like with that knock and finish, he should be set to get this res. I mean, what is it gonna take to take these guys down? Oh, a nade? Oh,
who's that?
How?
Who's
how?
that?
How?
Who's that? Mad
He will not go down.
Yin Yang? Dude's a tank.
What is he
Dude's
made of?
Tank.
What is he made of?
Steel. Solid steel right now.
Wow,
Solid
what a nade
steel.
there from the Mad Bulls.
Hey, look at this.
Oh, they got him
taking
finally.
out 4th. Taking out 4th, though. That's a win, though. That's a win.
Carrillo could take 1 nade, but he can't take 2, you know? Yin Yang able to go and get the double and finish off Alpha 7. That's the best way you're going to take them out is with grenade, because with guns, it's going to be pretty darn difficult. They're going to start trying to find some angles here. They're outside of this next circle, so they're going to continue to apply pressure. You can see them, they got those buggies. They're starting to full send it in, just trying to find their spot in this next zone. And it looks like they're all going to kind of do a little bit of a stalemate here as they wait for that next circle to pop.
Yeah, and the terrain's just going to make it even more difficult for these teams to really get some solid sight lines on each other. Mad Bulls in particular have a couple nice trenches to work with, and they're actually able to use these trenches on the map to keep their vehicle tires healthy, alive, ready to deploy as we see the blue zone start to close in here just a little more. Lin, once again, super spread from their teammates right now, trying to keep the Black Dragons pinned down, trying to keep them from blowing some hot fire. This game does see those smokes out here, but if Lin is spotted, tagged and bagged, that's going to leave Unicorns of Love with just 2 against pretty much 4 of Mad Bulls.
And you can just see right now the rest of Mad Bulls. Monkey's on that hard off angle. The Mad Bulls are barely into this next zone, so they are going to be able to secure a little bit of the position. Beautiful shot there from Black Dragons onto Monkey, getting rid of that off angle. So now it's going to be just 3 up for Mad Bulls because it's going to be a tough res to get. Are they full sending it to him? I'm not too sure. It looks like they are just trying to figure out what's the best decision to make. Yin Yang said, hey, why don't I just get some kills right here? Gets another one. So Yin Yang, pop it off. That's going to be 4 so far. If he gets this one, it'll be 5. But it looks like Black Dragons are going to be able to get this reset.
I already hear the crowd just roaring. Mad Bulls. Mad Bulls. Mad Bulls. Are they going to get the pickup? I believe you posed this question onto Monkey. Yep, they did. So back up to 4 with clear numbers advantage, and back to that trench. They got a couple buggies to work with it. They just want to YOLO send it once when they recognize they have the clear advantage when we look at those numbers. But downhill, Lin was also picked up. So Black Dragons, kind of a missed opportunity right there in my opinion.
Absolutely. They could have gotten that reset, but instead, just too much pressure applied to all of them. A crate going to come down right in the middle of this fight, and that's going to be a bait crate if I've ever seen it. Yeah, you can see the rest of Unicorns of Love not buying it, saying we don't want none of that mess. And oh, there you go, GC guy getting a nice kill on the roll kiss. Last remaining member of Unicorns of Love.
Done.
Going to be up, it's fresh. And you can just see the Black Dragons just catching Unicorns of Love in the bad position, just not getting the circle luck in this last one.
Yep, Unicorns of Love getting pretty much pinched right there between 2 different teams. Now, Mad Bulls with 4, Black Dragons with 3. Black Dragons with 8 kills this game. They are definitely feeling it. Let's see, can Mad Bulls pull this one out? Everybody, analysts, you, I, all predicting the winner chicken dinner right here. They are going to be spreading out just a little bit here on that east side as the next circle does go to Black Dragons.
the 2,000% caster blessing. Can Mad Bulls continue it? They have the man advantage. They have a really good spot. And you can see the win prediction right there on the bottom. 53% Mad Bulls, 47% Black Dragons. I want you guys in the chat right now to post what your prediction is, because this was going to be a close one. It's really going to come down to that initial knock. Black Dragons have to be able to take out that off angle to be able to even up this fight. Monkey Bull sent it on in, and I don't know if that was a bait, because he sent it in, and immediately the second GC peaked, got taken out. A beautiful play there from Mad Bulls.
It kind of worked. Now within grenade range, trying to toss these bad boys out. Really low in the health department, but in fact, Yin Yang pulling up with that support right now. Monkey was able to get that heal off as well. Still 4 strong.
They should know they're in a 4v2 position. They should be setting this highly aggressive. They're throwing a ton of utility, just opting to play it a little safe. Black Dragons do get the res off, and they are just trying to buy some time to get healed up. But you know what? The time has run out. Here come the Mad Bulls. Bull sending it on in. It's really just Golden up in the front lines to hold it down. He goes down, and now GC God is going to get finished and dusted. It's all Mad Bulls, baby! Chicken dinner in game number 2.
Winner, winner, chicken dinner, going over to the Mad Bulls. Looking mighty fine right there. I really liked how towards that late game, that very final fight, it was Yin Yang, I believe, wrap around that north, trying to get that off angle onto the Black Dragons, and was able to do just that. And then right after that, the Black Dragons, they knew that that angle was compromised. They started to pull back down beneath that hill, and that right there gave a clear advantage to the Mad Bulls to just pile in and, hey, just make that collapse. So Mad Bulls hearing the calls, hearing the analysts say, winner, winner, chicken dinner, Miramar, you guys got this. Yo, they came out. Glitter Damas coming out on top here this game. Like, who's the real winner? That's my question, Hot Jukes.
That's the question. That's the question. I mean, I knew it from the start. You know, I saw Mad Bulls.
Totally.
I saw what was going on. I was like, Mad Bulls are going to be the team to win this. You know, even though, you know, Glitter asked me beforehand, you know, who do you think I think is going to win? And I said Mad Bulls. She went with it, and I'm so happy that she did.
She did. I'm glad we all did, and congrats to Mad Bulls, because I'm looking at the overall. They missed Super Weekend number 2. They did play in Super Weekend number 1. They are around that 17th place on the overall, so they're definitely looking to qualify for this 3rd Super Weekend to try to crawl their way up the overall leaderboards. But back to the fight, early game. Silas, pew pew, DBS through the window saying pew pew, taking out who? You know who.
Oh, Korea. What a crazy, crazy finish. So let me just start that one off. It is a party in Hacienda. I love to see that hot drop there. And then Carrillo, catching Navi just out. And then going for that punch out after, just so toxic.
Plus 5.
Oh, here's that snipe.
Oh,
love to see it. Revo, love to see him bust out that bolt action. Dang, that was a crazy shot.
Oh, they got it. They got it. But then from downtown, the Knights saying, nah, we're going to put a stop to this. We're not going to let you guys move any further. Exit getting destroyed right there, pretty much from Knights there. North America counterparts.
It's so crazy to see that Team Kessel is still struggling. You know, once again, so crazy. I mean, they go down, Exit goes down early. What is it going to take? I mean, this is that fight that we saw, you know, between them and Fenerbahce. I would have loved to see Team Kessel just immediately push that the second they pulled up.
So, yeah, Exit, they ended up winning the long game against the Knights. Well, the Knights definitely winning the long game against Exit, considering that fight took a lot of steam out of them. And yeah, they won the fight, but immediately were taken down right there. And I don't know, Hot Jukes, I'm starting to think, like, are these teams, a couple of these teams, like the Knights, are they going to start to hunt down these teams like Exit, like Team Queso, like Baloo, like Mad Dogs, who they can almost guarantee if they can keep them from playing in this last Super Weekend, that's almost a guarantee that they're out of the running for the finals.
Well, they totally can. They totally can. That's the thing, is that they've already put themselves in a position where they know for a fact that they are going to go to the finals, and they can do whatever the heck they want. And to be honest with you, I don't think you want to see Exit, Team Kessel heat up, because when they do, we know what they're capable of. We know what they could do. So maybe these teams, you know, are just deciding, hey, oh, this is a member of them? Why don't we just go ahead and just stay back and finish them? And that alone is devastating for a squad that's trying to make it into this next Super Weekend and into the finals.
Ooh, yeah, yep, that's a fact right there. That yin-yang, that little off angle, that wraparound along the edge, that angle is beautiful right there. So, ladies and gentlemen, that was Miramar. This is the last week. It's do or die league play to see who makes it to Super Week number 3. Let's head on over to the desk.
Congrats, Glitter.
Matt Bulls.
Congrats, all of us. Yeah, look at Glitter over there. She's busy predicting who's going to go on ahead and win this next match real quick. But also, I just want to say, if anybody ever asks you, a bull, a dragon, and a unicorn get in a fight, who wins? The answer is obviously a bull, apparently, because Mad Bulls is, I mean, 7. They got the chicken. All of us said Mad Bulls, and they got it.
They did. I mean, we all got that chicken dinner. Shout out once again to Hajix for letting us know who was going to win this this last match. But all jokes aside, I mean, what a performance from out of these teams, right? Mad Bulls, one of those teams that needed the points. I'm pretty sure they're going to be taking a lot of advantage out of the Miramars that we're going to be playing, and it's good that it's going to continue that way. But we do have Golden as from Black Dragons being the MVP. 4 LM, 607 damage. Not bad at all. Glitter, I kind of want to put this out there. Alpha 7, it's not really playing to win the game. They're just playing to like get as much illims as they can, it feels like.
I'm so glad you said that because we have watched them make ridiculous plays, and not in like a bad way, but like on the first map, I mean, we saw them decide to just drive a car straight through the middle of 3 teams. Less of a focus on strategy and decision making, and like you're saying, more of a focus on just blind aggression, which they can afford to do at this point as we take a look at their weekday rankings here so far. For this specific week of league play, Unicorns of Love is currently at first place, but you know what I love to see up here, 7?
Tell them.
Exit! Second place right now. Okay, this is huge for Exit. Even Mad Bulls jumping up to 3rd place after this last match.
Yeah, you can't go wrong with those stats right there, right? You cannot go wrong. Now, all these teams need to be careful because we're going to get in a super aggressive team coming into this next couple games, and I'm talking about Rice. They really haven't got a chance to play today. And also, Navi has been being hunted by Alpha 7 through both matches now. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens. I think Navi is going to be sitting out this next match, so that's kind of good for them. But I was talking about Rice. Rice actually had a super strong last day of the Super Weekend. I want to see if they're going to maybe kind of try to bring that momentum here into the week of league play. But not just, that team wasn't just getting illims. That team became consistent in regards to placement points too. So that I was very happy to see that, Span.
Definitely. I mean, and you already said it. I'm just going to say it right now again. So yeah, now Group E is going to be playing and Group D is out. That means we're going to have Atan, Supermassive Blade, Besiktas, and Ryzen. So Rise coming into this, I mean, I'm kind of curious to see now how these teams are going to go on ahead and kind of fight against each other because it's kind of a new lobby. At this point, we already talked about even last week, they should kind of be used to it and being able to go on ahead and participate, fight against each other. But we'll just have to wait and see. And another thing is, we already have the 2 out of the 6 teams that we were talking about towards the top of that leaderboard. The rest of them got to follow as well. And also, just a reminder for you guys, there's a PMGC exclusive, and it's called a treasure box. So if you go on ahead and watch PMGC live on YouTube or in the in-game esports center, you can get a PMGC token and redeem it to get the PMGC permanent items in the esports center. You can find more information, of course, in that in-game center as well. But the pan, the outfit, the parachute, get that fit, and you'll be ready. You'll be set. And that, of course, also leads us to our very second question. Not as hard, I will say, as our very first question. This one's nice. 556 or 762. I mean, I would definitely ask Zute if he was here, obviously, but I'm gonna ask Glitter first because you've competed as well. What loadout did you have? 556, 762.
I actually want to know what you think Zute would say. I know you said you wanted to ask Zute. I want you to predict Zute's answer.
Oh no, I have no clue.
He would say 556.
I don't know what guns he used.
Yeah,
556.
Yeah,
that's kind of what I was guessing too, leaning towards the 556. If I'm trying to be the makeshift Zute for today.
I mean, that's what I would guess, because that was my loadout when I competed. My guns were just all 5.56. I gotta get that mini, gotta get that M4, you know. That's what I use, so I agree. So I guess we're all 5.56. Now you guys can go ahead and put your answers in chat as well. But we're about to be going into our third match, the halfway point of today. After this very short break, see you guys in Erangel next.
Already put down, but you can see the zone. Even one tick deleting through that health bar as they continue to move back and forward. But a nade
is the team that is on the edge lines, and S2G has found themselves right in the smack center. Unicorns love getting charged up on by Fenerbahce.
The only now outskirt team still to make it inside, still unsuccessful here is Mad Bulls. Fenerbahce here from one team, taking out another to the third, then to a nade.
Exactly, and another circle as well ships out here, but not really a lot of cover to work with. Eastern Stars is the team that is on the edge lines, and S2G has found themselves right in the smack center. Unicorns love getting charged up on by Fenerbahce. A two-man falling.
On the push, as they come over the hill, the smoke's already put down, but you can see the zone. Even one tick deleting through that health bar as they continue to move back and forward. But a nade, that's a double. That's the silencer that you need for Rise to stop the push.
Can almost make out the shoulder of Silas. Silas looking to make some moves. Gary takes some shots. Going to be receiving a lot of the shots from Silas. Silas going to be getting chucked out from Papa Blue. Probably going to go out the Papa Blue, and we're looking at...
And that's more importantly positioned for them to then catch out Supermassive Blaze. Their later point is unfortunately Fenerbahce. They've been spotted by Zeta Texas. They go to be so easily run over, even if it is by S2G.
Exactly, and so Unicorns Love as well is not really far away from Ghost, right below them at 96 points. And look at this, A7 Carrio finds one, flies second. A one-man army striking again.
S2G, another nade, goes wide, but it's not enough. One for one trade, it's now all down.
1v1
for himself. It's a 1v1, rightly so. Golden versus Silas as he dips around, but the eyes, they're so strong for Black Dragon. Still those non-first down numbers, giving the information away for Golden as he steps away over the hill.
Oh no, Silas going to be cooking a grenade, going to be tossing a grenade, chunking down just a little bit of Golden, but Golden going for that return out here. And Silas knows Golden probably looking for this pickup, probably looking for this revive. I don't think it's going to be possible. Golden needs to make sure to be locked and loaded, ready to take this engagement. Silas going to be pushing with the UMP, going for that spray down, about 50% HP.
PMGC West League Week 3 Day 1 about to go into Game 3 as well. Of course, Ban Cargo 7 and Glitter here. Let's just go on ahead and start talking about it. We're about to be jumping into our next match on Erangel once again. We can see it there. Our groups have finally changed. Instead of Group D, we have Group E in now. So Ghost, Queso, Fenerbahce, Na'Vi not in anymore. Instead, it's going to be Rise, Aton, Supermassive Blaze, and Besiktas. Is there any kind of interaction 7 that we can kind of guess based off of this?
Definitely. I mean, with this one, we're going to have Alpha 7. Playing again, but this time they're not gonna have Na'Vi to hunt down. We've seen Alpha 7 been hunting down Na'Vi over and over again. So I feel like they have one of the highest chances at winning the game because they're gonna have just so much time to be able to loot Glitter.
Yeah, which, you know, I wouldn't be surprised by, but also we do have those new squads coming in. I mean, you mentioned it at the beginning of the day. Rise has really started to pick things up, especially after this last Super Weekend. They kind of gone a little bit of a hot streak there at the end. Besiktas is a team we've talked about a lot, like night and day difference in performance from week 1 to week 2, and somebody that is 100% going to be gunning for that third Super Weekend, a team we're definitely going to be keeping our eyes on as well. I mean, I'm really excited for Group E to get added into the mix here, Span. I've been waiting for them to show up.
I have been too, because honestly, there's at least 3 teams in there that we definitely want to keep an eye on. You're right. I mean, Aton, Supermassive Blaze, Besiktas, those 3 especially kind of pop out to me. Rise, of course, being a team that's comparable to A7 in how they play all the time, apparently. So I do think Group E kind of being in here will make things interesting. And I mean, we will go on ahead and get to predictions in a little bit, but first, 7, we got to go on ahead and start taking a look at some player stats here. Look at that.
Most elims with Yin Yang 5. I mean, I'm not surprised. The angles that Mad Bull, especially Yin Yang, was able to get on that last engagement, I think it was the game-winning factor too, because he was able to kind of just put so much pressure, and he was able to convert some of those illims too. Golden with 4 illims as well, and then Agori. I mean, Mad Bulls just had a game of their life. I think it's because we all picked them. All right, I'm just gonna put that out there. I think it's because we all picked them.
I agree. Even Effect there being on there for most assists as well. So they at least had 3 members of their teams being up here on these cards so far. Glitter, a couple of other people also showing up. I mean, we do have to keep in mind that after all of this, there is actually some bounties for these members to be able to go ahead and grab. So all of this is kind of setting us up to maybe be able to predict those people as well.
Yeah, I mean, we've got Carrillo and Silas up here with most assists as well. Carrillo, a name that we've seen on these top leaderboards quite a few times, maybe a little bit less recently. However, now with whatever play style we're now going to be considering A7 today, whatever they've got going on, I anticipate they're going to start being on those Elam side of our top charts more frequently, because this aggression has been really, really good for them. But to be fair, S2G this last game also really started to pick up that aggression. They might have gone out a little bit earlier than they liked, but they're another squad that has had a little bit of breathing room to try out some new things. I feel like they're actually kind of returning back to their week 1 form a little bit. Seven, we were even talking about it when we saw, I think it was the first game, that instant engagement that they had there inside of the building. I don't even remember who they went up against. Was it Black Dragons in the first game? I don't even know who they took out, but they instantly wiped that team, and it was very S2G fashion, right? It was something that we've seen them do many times before. It was the confidence, the cohesion, the teamwork that we've seen out of them, and that's starting to result in lots of elims.
It seems like and come back and with flagship performance and an immersive 120Hz display and hypertouch technology made specifically for gamers, the OnePlus 9 Pro are your best shot to be climbing that leaderboard. They even won one of the matches in the last Super Weekend, so after kind of figuring stuff out, I wouldn't be surprised if kind of coming into this week they're just like, oh, okay, let's go ahead and continue to maybe mess with some things, maybe test some more things out, but kind of go ahead, get back into form before the finals. We were kind of talking about that before all the matches. But also, before this match, we have to go ahead and go jump straight into predictions once again. This time, Seven, you can go ahead and start it off. Who's going to win this?
I will go ahead and I'm going to pick Baluk Chatan. I told myself I am not picking any of the top teams. Oh. If I was actually allowed to pick top teams, I would go with A7, but I don't want to. So I'm going to go with Baluk Chatan, especially because of what I was able to see on that first Erangel. Elaine, I want to continue to see what he's going to be able to do. I want to see some more 1v3s, and this is a team that we've been saying they need the points. How about you, Glitter? Who you got for this next one?
Okay, listen, I too am pulling for a lot of the underdogs here today. So now that we're back on Erangel, I'm looking at Exit again, all right? I want some more aggressive Exit. I feel like they've really turned it on today. They know they need to make it into this last Super Weekend, so I have high hopes for them in this next Erangel match. What about you, Span?
Oh man, kind of the same. We kind of have all the same thoughts, except I'm going with Besiktas. I mean, they've only gotten into one Super Weekend, and they absolutely killed it. We'll say that first, but we did already kind of say they have to get into this next Super Weekend as well to ensure that they're going to get into the top 16 placements to make the final. So I'm going to go with them because they have been absolutely popping off this last week. So I think they're going to be able to continue it going into this next match. Again, it seems like all of our choices pretty strong. This time we chose all different. I wonder if we kind of figured out some sort of momentum with all choosing the same thing last time. Or maybe it is just Glitter. Maybe it is just Glitter Damas. I mean, we'll be able to see in this next one. If Xset wins, it's just confirmed. But, I mean, we're going into Erangel once again. I mean, with your teams or even without the teams that you went on ahead and chosen. Seven, is there anything in particular that we also need to be keeping our eyes on going into this next match? Because you kind of already mentioned some things might be different with these different teams playing.
Yeah, I mean, with Rice, we're going to see them drop school. I'll be surprised if they actually try not to go to school. That's a team that I'm going to be looking at close. But looking at the new teams coming in, I want to pay close attention to Aton, and I also want to pay close attention to Supermassive Blaze, because these are teams that are currently sitting between 14 and 15th place for the Super Weekend overall stats. And those are teams that also need those points, right? We're talking about the teams that we're currently at the bottom, like Glitter picking Exit. I'm over here picking Blue Chaptan. These are teams that aren't even in the top 16. But you don't want to beat those teams like Aton and also Supermassive Blaze that are within those top 16, but don't make it to the final Super Weekend. Guess what? You're not. With the way these teams are playing right now, with the aggressiveness that we're seeing out of Exit and some of the other teams, they're going to be looking to knock you out from the top 16. So Aton, Supermassive Blaze, I'm excited to see what they're going to be doing here on this first match.
Pupper, I don't disagree. I would like to see Pupper as Supermassive Blaze going ahead and do something. I mean, everybody already knows here that, like, I watch them a lot coming into here. So I would like to see them start doing better as well. But Glitter as well, on top of whatever Seven said. Is there anything else you want to add to it?
Okay, so this is probably, this is unrelated to our teams at the bottom discussion. However, this is more Brazil train of thought, okay? Because I'm looking at Rise coming in and I'm taking the A7 playstyle for today into consideration. Like we've mentioned, does that mean Rise starts matching A7's aggression? Do they start kind of going head to head here? I mean, we know how comfortable Brazil is as a region with aggression. That's why they always do so well on maps like Sandhawk, where that chaos ends up somehow working out in their favor every single time. I feel like these matches today, because there's so many desperate teams, we're seeing just more aggression overall. And will that end up being to Rise's benefit? Or will A7 decide to, now that they're in the fold, will they start hunting Rise down? I don't. I feel like there might start being some clashes of squads within that region.
Little brother versus big brother.
Yeah.
I'm for it. I'm for it.
Those are some good questions. That is an interesting thing to kind of keep in mind when we're going on ahead and watching this next match, seeing where people are rotating or what fights they're actually going to go on ahead and start picking up on. Because you're right, this is the time where these teams do need to be more aggressive and just get more points. And they don't have the opportunity to go on ahead and do that on Sandhawk anymore. So which is the next map that they're going to attempt to do that on Erangel or Miramar? In my opinion, I don't know if you guys share this as well, I feel like Erangel might be the map to go on ahead and do that. So we don't have to wait for long once again, because we're about to be jumping right on into it. Our third match of today. We're going to throw it on over to Highland Wolf and Necro for the action.
Thank you very much. It's the middle of the first day of matches in Necro. We talked about what the analysts think. I'm personally going to stick towards the top side of that leaderboard, and I've got faith in Na'Vi, okay? They've been underperforming the first two games. I'm feeling like, we've seen the average points there, they're at 7. They've got potential to be able to take those games. We've certainly seen it before. What are you rooting for, though?
I think Tsunami isn't really playing in these groups, though, so I'm personally going for Footballist. Now, you do know I'm really going to Footballist as well, because Super Weekend 2 was pretty much their week, right? Overall, Week 2 was pretty much Footballist week, and I feel like this game, Footballists are just going to bounce back again. I mean, the first two games, they weren't really being seen because they weren't playing, but I feel like now that Footballist is in here, oh man, I'm telling you, they're just going to rock the floor.
Oh man, okay, you caught me out here. I'm still sleeping a little bit. We're still waking up, so I'm just gonna hold off on Na'Vi right now. We're gonna go to the other one though. We're gonna go back to our true and tested A7. I'm gonna say A7 because no one said it yet. We always have A7 at some point in the analyst desk or the casters' predictions. We're not seeing it so far, so I'm just making sure we're keeping to form. I'm making sure we're keeping A7 as a favorite. But as Zone, that's certainly not a favorite at all for these teams. Another northeastern shift, just like the previous match, but this time that was the western side plane pass. So there's going to be a lot of earlier rotations, and I actually expect a lot of probably earlier skirmishes going to start to appear through, heading around that northern side of Erangel. Expect, I think, a lot of those teams to be making those moves towards Jasna Poliana, as we've seen previously, is also, I think, heading even towards that Stauber Hill. I think that was something we saw rightly in last week's Super Weekend, a similar zone to this, where teams actually utilizing that Stauber Hill quite effectively, I might add. And you could see the positioning allowing some of these squads to potentially gain more points. I think knowing one of those teams were A7, right, which used that backside of Stauber Hill, could use it again to try sneak their way in onto those final few places.
Yeah, exactly. And now, with Group D being not really in here, that means Group E is playing, that means Ghost as well is not really playing inside this game. Pachinki is clear to take over, and we do see Furious Gaming kind of realizing the same thing and now going inside Pachinki. But the reason why I really went with Footballist is that in the first two games, in the Week 3, they haven't really been able to show themselves up, and I feel like now in this third game, Footballist, they're ready to bounce back. What do you think, so?
I mean, football is right. They had such a fantastic second Super Weekend. I think that coming on into this Super Weekend and onto this league stage days first, we should say, not get too ahead of ourselves if they're going to make it there first. But I think that football is definitely are looking like one of those teams. And we talked about Na'Vi ramping up, but football is also ramping up through this tournament because you look back towards that first day, right? That second day of play. They weren't one of those teams who were questioning at the top of that leaderboard, but I think it was a big surprise coming into that second week what they could do. And I think similar to S2G, now my question though is currently football is in 12th position, 2 points so far, not so great.
Yeah.
Can they be able to step up? Can they avoid what happened to S2G? Because it seems like it's been that trend, right, in this tournament where teams do well, and then you come into the next week and they don't do so well at all.
I mean, hey, look, I feel like over here the main goal is just to try and get to top 16, right? And footballers do exactly realize that. And we do know what they're capable of. So they will probably try and get into top 16 no matter what in the end of the league day. And as soon as this do, then we do know what they're capable of doing in Super Weekends. On the other hand, though, Exit, I mean, off to a great start, but in the second game, they only got themselves like 4 points, and they faded away quite early in the game. So the consistency, if you talk about, not really carrying over, Jake.
Yeah, I think it is about that consistency, right? It's something that we're still to see out of, I think, all of these teams generally. I think there's been that highs and lows for every team. We've seen teams when they're on forum be able to do well, but we've seen also that extreme low, right? Where these teams don't make it into the Super Weekend. I think another one of these teams that we not talked about, I think, particularly coming on into this week, who maybe struggled because there wasn't a Miramar, right, in the second week, but now that there is Eastern Stars. I think that Eastern Stars missing out on that second Super Weekend has fallen a lot, despite how good actually they looked. They weren't at the top of that first Super Weekend, but they were certainly an aggressive team that was keeping themselves in around that top 5, top 6 position that is suddenly went all the way down to that bottom of the leaderboard, not only here, I think, in 7th, but also generally in that second Super Weekend, the overall standings to get into the finals.
Exactly, and that you brought up Na'Vi as well before. What we noticed in the first 2 games is that, or at least in the first game, A7, they dropped right on top of Na'Vi. Now, before in the week 2, A7 tried to avoid Na'Vi as much as possible. They used to drop in Lipovka, they used to drop in Zarki, but nowhere near Northern Georgiapol because they realized if they do go against Na'Vi, there's a high chance that they might just take an early game casualty, which is pretty understandable. If you're A7, you do not really want that thing to happen. But this time in the week 3, A7, it seems like they're just going all in.
Yeah, I think that A7, right, is about being an aggressive team. It's about showing that you don't fall to these teams who are suddenly stepping up that aggression to be able to match an A7, one of these most aggressive teams. And I love it the way they've been actually targeting Na'Vi in those first 2 games. To sit them out now, the next 2 games, puts Na'Vi in such a treacherous position where the pressure is really going to be on them to actually force their way in onto that top 16. And speaking of A7, Carrillo is going to be just slightly off the mark of S2G, but will spy out the enemies nonetheless. S2G, I think they're stopping potentially the fight. They have broken away Kelsey, so that could be potentially now the S2G pack split as Mafioso hunts down 7-2.
Carrillo just telling them now, okay, do not dare to stop there. If you do, I'm probably going to take you down. And well, this is what S2G exactly realized, and they're on a run. And A7, on the other hand, they don't really want that. They don't really want to fully commit over here. Instead, they just want to make sure that they're shooking away S2G. Timber, though, is quite in the close. Needs to get back to the squad again. It's going to be quite tough for Task because A7, they have their eyes locked up on the Timber. Dilly should be pretty safe for now, and yes, he is. Mafioso trying to take a few shots on the Timber. No, the buggy rolls out in the open. Timber now doesn't really have anywhere to go. He needs to step out and roll behind the buggy. That's the only piece of cover that he can find now. And football is, they can go ahead and try and save Timber. I mean, unknowingly, but again, football is, if they do decide to third party this, things can go at least well for S2G. But again, Timber being knocked out in the open, the chances of him getting back up are going to be quite low.
Yeah, I think that Timber definitely could be, right, as you see, to not come through for him. I think it's brilliant work from A7. Unfortunately, I showed brilliant work, but I think I just jinxed it. Carrillo, he's just doing a little bit of a flip. He's just showing off right now. They found Timber. They got the extra member out. Carrillo's like, okay, I got your number, guys. as Timber will fall down. I think, again, A7 to pressure that through, Timber making that mistake of swerving in onto the compound definitely did split them, and it's something at S2G you should be wary of. Like I said, I think actually Timber, had he just continued on that path, he might have been in a position where he survives, but Rich 7 almost goes down. He might just be ripped himself. That could have been the second knock there for A7 to make that push, as they are riskfully looking to try revive Timber, but I'm questioning why S2G are going, because Timber's so far out, and S7 are actually using Timber to bait them further in on the fight.
Exactly, as you mentioned, they're just using Timber to bait them out. Again, S2G do realize Timber's used, man. They do want to make sure Timber's alive in the late game. But sometimes, man, you got to give up on things, and you cannot just crumble down one after the other. S2G got to realize these things. Senatex are quite close, down low as well. But Mafioso finally confirming the kill. Senatexa left quite low. This is where the backup comes in. This is where the cavalry arrives. Trying to help Senatexa out. Two players over here from the side of A7 just ramming their vehicles in the compound. Calci on the move. He realizes there's no way he's going to be able to bounce back from this. Instead, just trying to run away. Maybe let A7 have their own breathing space.
This was flawless, actually, in the way that A7 have dissected S2G in his team fight. It's been that long, extended split. I think, actually, Senatexa, had he not flunked that nade over the rock and actually put it into the sky high above him, that could have been even a third knock going over onto Calci, but they've still done the damage, right? And they've also delayed S2G from coming into that zone. You can see that that zone, shifting around as Sniper Poliano and those barrel hills, that's where the majority of the fighting is going to be. And I actually think that Besiktas is holding on to this front line is very risky. I like that Knight is to push that little bit further back in the Sniper Poliano, because they know that fighting inside of that city is going to be so much more difficult with everyone around you still to come further in on phase 2. And actually not having that clear, easy vision on those coming in, unless you were to split on that top and south side of the rest of Yasnaya Poliana, which is actually very difficult then to rotate back as a team if you do start getting caught out on one side.
Splash of color in the center of the zone. Again, Eastern Stars, as we do know in Super Weekend 2, weren't really able to make it up to top 16. So this Weekend 3 is going to be really important for Eastern Stars and even Exit. Exit more so, because they just have 0 points on their account in the Super Weekend. So I do understand there's going to be a lot of pressure on their backs, but this time you do not need to crumble down to the pressure, because this is the only chance you've got. Maybe it's a little too late, but still, you got to take what you have. On the other hand, Aton getting peppered down by Supermassive Blaze. They are only in the lobby with 3 players. That's quite questionable. Ash, Choco, and Milos. Let's just find out what they're capable of doing with only this 3-man squads left. Unicorns of Love leading the charge with 33 points, looking quite good up till now, Jake.
Yeah, unfortunately, Atom might be stepping in with 3. Must be something internal, so all the best towards Atom and whatever that may be coming into that, regardless of why they are 3 players. But they can still put out the work. I think that Atom are clearly a capable team of doing so. But speaking of capable, I actually want to talk back with who you see on your screen right now is Mad Bulls, and I think how effective Agri has been on this team. Agri has been such a phenomenal start to bringing Mad Bulls into the position they are, and you saw it in that second game. Flanking around all the time. He does this every fight. Flanking on the side, flanking on the back end of fights to catch out and make that first initial knock for the rest of his team to push. And this is something I want to see other teams start to pick up more. We see these disjunction team fights sometimes, and we question why teams are going in too early, too late, rotating in onto fights. But Agri, that patience, that's something that is a star quality coming through onto Mad Bulls, and I think that's something that Mad Bulls have definitely perfected over this tournament, and you can see it, that growth and synergy coming through from their team.
Perfection, I don't really know if there's up to the mark. Yeah, I mean, first day is looking quite great for Mad Bulls, but the Super Weekend 2, they missed out, and that has hurt them quite a lot in their rankings. But yeah, up till now, they're looking quite great. I do agree with you, Jake. But on the other hand, now, Bullock was the choice that 7 went with. And for now, it seems like Bullock does have Eastern Stars right next to them. That means the threat is looming right on top of their heads. They need to try and make sure they're being safe on the other side. But on the map, I also saw Exit kind of falling prey to Eastern Stars. Bazi was able to take 1 man down from Exit. That leaves Exit with only 3 players alive in the game. Again, we talk about consistency and Exit. Somewhere down line, seems like already they're lacking pretty hard on that. Mad Bulls on the move, do realize the wall of death is right next to them, and well, as early as they are able to shift inside the zone, that's going to be mattering quite a lot. But Bullock find themselves right in the smack center, and they will also have a huge chance of winning this game, Jake, if they're able to play this perfectly.
Yeah, big shift up towards the Mansion side. Actually, I really appreciate both Furious Gaming's position here. This was the South, those hills past Mansion. Is we do have to keep an eye, of course, Aton and Exit are fighting in the midst of Rise and Footballers. So Furious Gaming, good position. We'll see how we go for now. But Furious Footballers,
I
just gonna be annihilated. I mean, yes, cast a curse hits again, man. I know it feels bad. It feels bad for footballers. We'll catch him. We'll catch him the next game. Maybe they'll be able to recover. But 16th position, dude. You gotta do better than that. You gotta do like the double jinx. You gotta like jinx them, but then do like another team so that footballers don't go out. Like say your secondary team, and in that way, footballers they might not just drop in 16th.
What if I say now I want to go with Supermassive Blaze? But
they come out at 15th.
But now Exit now getting peppered down by Aton. Melos was able to connect a couple of shots, but still Aton, as I mentioned, man advantage or man number not really looking in their favor. Down to a two-man squad, already came inside the game with 3 players. And now one man falls short. That leaves them with only 2 players. Eastern Stars charging against Ace2G. Athos quite close. Oh, Buggy's tire gets popped, also spins out in the open, and now Athos looking to take down the man of Ace2G. Kelsey quite low. Athos gonna be cooking this nade up, and well, that nade should blow up the Weekle as well. That means Kelsey should try and create a little distance. Still, Kelsey being knocked out of the game. S2G not really left with that great of positioning now. They don't really have that man number working for them, but still, they can try and make a lot of things happen. We do know what S2G is capable of. If you remember that one Miramar game where Kelsey was able to just sneak in those little corners and he was able to survive for such a long time. S2G, man, I'm telling you, sometimes if they need a rat, they are pretty good at that.
Yeah, I think they've got the potential, but it's just not been seen right this first day. I mean, for Squeezing as well. Just got a nod into his handshake that we are doing right now. We're spinning in donuts, they're circling around. Man, wish I could go for some donuts myself, but Rise, they're looking hungry indeed. Is Mufasa. He's stepping further forward. He knows we're baiting him, but they look so tempting. They look so delicious and beautiful and chocolatey donuts just looking there. 2 Black Dragons members, but it's actually the spikes in behind. It's those 2 extra ones, GC, God, and Co. That's why Rise are not moving forward, as I think they have a problem though on their hands, because look behind us, Mad Bull's third party.
Oh no. Oh no, Mad Bull pulling up with their whips, and well, guess what? They want to join this party. Black Dragons in the clotheslines. Now Rise are the one getting sandwiched. A beautiful nade from the side of Golden to seal the deal on to Mufasa, but still Rise, as we do know, this team just loves aggression quite a lot. Mad Bull taking quite a lot of damage from the zone. Agori needs to step out and heal himself. If he's not really able to do so, he's not going to be able to withstand the damage. Monkey being taken out from the side of Mad Bulls. Now the tables have been flipped. Rise, it seems like they're charging back against, they're replying back fire to fire, but Nunes taking a lot of shots in the back. Golden's, again, trying to fight back in this situation. Doesn't really have the best piece of cover to work with, but still, this can work. He can try and make this Buggy work, and look at this, just this entire piece of land. There's just so many fights happening at the same time. I just don't even know who's shooting who at this point.
I'm mad though, they're still shooting, they're still firing away, but they've only got Agri left, and Agri, the star player, as much as he is, there's no one to help him on the flanks. He's going straight down into zone is the only option. I think that Agri, beautiful survival for now, but he's still got to continue further forward. He's not out of the woods yet. It's Black Dragons and now also Rise left to fight on the outer skirts of phase 4 as it will begin to close in. Black Dragons in some problem because, of course, phase 4, we talked about it. Papa Blue's coming in from the backs, and they got to make sure they move, and they move right now because that zone has moved over towards now Pollyanna as Eastern Stars. Also, they're going to drop to S2G. They're going to drop one. There's now Rip7 finds one, but he will get out just in time. One sliver of HP. Octavian, he barely lives to see another day and can't find a shot onto him. Now the nade, it won't go back. He is low, but it goes too wide, and Octavian steps further back in. A slow down fight here, but still is in favor of Eastern Stars. Keep in mind, Eastern Stars, he still had 2 players, and it is Rip7. He's on his own, and he's got no healing left. Really, he's only got bandages. There's no first aid kits.
Oh no, not looking great, man. Someone down the line, lacking on loot. It's going to be hurting them quite a lot in those late games, and this is what the prime example is off that. Look at this, Rise. Just utilizing those nades to make sure the vehicles are moving out the way, but still, next Ruya. Gonna be sticking the res back up onto Frozen. Frozen's a main man. And if he gets back up, he can cause a lot of havoc in the lobby. Frozen back up on the feet, looking to patch himself up. Exit's still alive in the game. If I'm not wrong, with only 3 players, and they're right in the smack center. If they make a lot of sound, I'm pretty sure they're also going to be the center of attraction. They got to play that position out pretty cautiously. Black Dragons, they do have the sound cues, but they just don't really have the visual info to work with. Just lobbying the nades where they do hear those gunshots, but still Black Dragons just jumping around, trying to just get some visual contact on the enemies. Romulusn finally seems like he spots one, takes a couple of shots. Not really able to find that connection, but take a look at that. Return fire comes in. Romulusn down quite low. Going to be proning down back in the nick of time. And Mythic in the clotheslines, taking a couple of shots. But Black Dragons, it seems like they're getting shot at from all the different angles.
Still, Black Dragons a second mate. Shot in onto them. Mythic is put them down. Blaze. Oh man, Supermassive Blaze is coming rightly as you said in the back.
Yeah.
That could be the third party. It's Besiktas also versus A7, but A7.
Oh, that nade!
Double lands right as Zessi, with the help of his teammates, will find through the double and it will eliminate A7. But Besiktas, they've got this problem, right? Still on the edge of zone. They've got to move out of the compound. And further in is S2G. They'll also drop down in 14th position. Back, of course, to fight versus Supermassive Blaze. And I think the next Roya, actually, I was concerned about them a little bit too far in the open, but they played it patient. They didn't actually go for the trigger shots onto Black Dragons. They didn't try to pressure onto Rise, and I think that's the best decision for them. Catching the information, not being inclined to go for the kills too early on, but now Black Dragons are downed and injured, they can potentially steal away the rest.
X-Ray spread out quite wide in the Rise fields, but still, it's not going to be working out. That's the question for now. Black Dragons just peppering away. Whoever they see moving, Black Dragons just want to make sure they're taking a couple of shots, maybe even find 1 or 2 connections on them. Furious Gaming, quite a brilliant nade from his side, but still, Milos a little bit too aware, moves away in the nick of time. Trigger, though, still has the MG3 in the hand, and he's looking to inflict plain pain. But guess what? This time, he's the one who gets inflicted. And Vol Milos, that's quite a huge move. I think so, that was not intended. Falls down, takes a lot of damage, barely survives. But still moves back into safety in the nick of time. Now, Trigger looking to crawl back to his friend. Trigger's in. Should be able to get the res back up, but this Molotov can get pretty close, and he can be quite instrumental if he connects. But still, it does really matter, as I mentioned. It just comes down to these little nooks and crannies, and Big Milo, look at this. Man steps up when his team needed him the most. Furious Gaming able to just inflict so much pain on them.
It's the island compound there, Necro. It's too difficult to breach an Aton. They will fall down to Supermassive Blaze. Unfortunately, they just didn't have the manpower for it. Unfortunately, Osabian, for getting that kill, will be out of position, will be return knocked. Triggers in on behind as Furious Gaming now need to walk the path themselves, and they find a beautiful headshot onto Tron.
Oh, that's nice.
And one shot back, and straight back into the problem of one man downed. Big Milo needs to come in, and he has escaped. I think the Furious Gaming are going for survival. It's Supermassive Blaze. Also, we need to do the same. Down too many members, I think, at this point to make works into the zone.
A lot of haircuts being handed over this late in the game, which is quite understandable. Look at this, Besiktas and Josh 7 right outside the building of Knights. If one man steps out, and look at this Chico, quite a brilliant way to challenge the fight. Enjoy 7 just doesn't have a lot of things to do. And well, he accepts his defeat, and he gets taken out in the game pretty quickly within a blink of an eye. Now, Supermassive Blaze. Oh, it seems like I'm also caster cursing them as well. I went with Supermassive Blaze later on, but it seems like they're quite on that struggling place. Back Dragon being taken out the game now. Supermassive Blaze still alive with 4 players. One man is knocked out, but again, if they won, they can try and get the rest back up on the fallen man. Dr. Octavian, I'm going to call him Dr. Octavian from now on.
Ooh,
behind this little bus. Yep, he's a doctor, man. I'm telling you, this man has some high IQ, and he can make some high IQ plays happen. Is he stuck behind this little truck? That's the question. He's not really able to move, but still he's safe. Yeah, and I think so. He's stuck. He's not able to move.
Oh man, diagnosed, time of death, but it's now. Necro, he's gone. He's in the morgue. As it will be Supermassive Blaze. They're also back in, as all of the teams have started to drop down into the final 5 already. They will confirm an extra kill. I think with Supermassive Blaze, they might have just weaved their way in further to zone. Yes, they're not inside of it, but they've got a better position coming over that hillside than I think a lot of these other squads. Right now, though, it was where that phase 6 shifted. It did shift further down, so XZ, as much as it's looking pretty just now, I think XZ probably going to be the next to fall if he does show his head, and it's all about now, how do these teams make it in? Who's going to go in first? It will be Blue Chaptan in, but Rise will be down.
And here we go. The charge in comes in through from the side of Bullock, and well, they're also taking a lot of damage on their side. Supermassive Blaze isn't a team that's going to fall down that easy. Tron goes down on both sides. Trades are happening back and forth. It's pretty much equal man advantage at this point, but still look at that. Funky quite close. Keth, barely survives from that. He's going to be thanking his luck after that one. And now Bullock Chaptan left with only one last man alive. On the other hand, Supermassive Blaze Grace with 2 players still in the game, but finally puts the final nail in the coffin. Keth seals the deal on Bullock. Bullock taking out the game. Oh no, 7 World's going to be quite unhappy after that, Jake.
I'm just telling you, dude, it's a double jinx. You tell another team and then they do well. I've told you. Necro, I'm gonna got a predictions. I'm gonna tell you the strategies after this game of who we say next, you know. Knights is going to continue their 3-3 forward. Unicorns are love. They needed that zone to go in towards Yasna Poliano. It didn't. Now they're facing what is a very open zone. The path inside is going to have to be smoked up. If they're not smoking it, they might be down on these smokes already. And I'm concerned now for Unicorns are love. What do they have left? Because I think now we're coming down to the final scraps of what equipment these players do have in terms of utilities. But Lenny's still got one to nade. He will strike it over. Will not find a kill. Instead, it's a kill against himself. Coops. Actually, they trade it. Coops as well goes down. It's a nade for an 8. 9 for an eye is GK first and fresh. They look further forward. It's also nice to the same to mind that revive through onto Coops. But keep in mind, all the meanwhile, Supermassive Blaze pushing their way further forward into that zone. And as we said, Supermassive Blaze, they took out Baluk Chaptan. Now they might have an opening in the zone with the rest fighting each other. J7, the only one that stands in a position.
Gotta say, Supermassive Blaze are the warriors of this lobby. They're able to fight their way through no matter what kind of obstacle has been put in front of them. On the other hand, that was quite an oops moment for Coops. The trade was pretty good from their side, but still not really able to get a lot of things happen, except finally taking an exit from the game with 4th position. Also didn't really have that many of points to work with, but still, at least they got away with something. J7 was able to survive till 4th position. Gotta give props to that man. Unicorns of love now. Oh, GK first being spotted by Chico. Chico's position almost being revealed, but still not up to the mark. GK first just spamming his way through. Knights do exactly realize where Unicorns of love is, so they do have pretty much the audio cues, but they just don't really have the visual info. They just don't really have that visual info intact. And as I talk about that, they finally spot a man out, and instantly a little glimmer is going to be enough in Supermassive Blaze. This is their glimmer of hope to at least try and do better.
But they're losing numbers, and they almost lose Savian down as well. But they keep him alive. Unicorns of love still inching their way further forward as Tron facing against the blue, forced back further forward. The flank no longer an option. They do have to play together. That knock on Savian, it's huge for GK first. Now Unicorns of love are going to swerve their way on in. A second place so far. They're looking for the first now. Can they find it in game 3?
Look at how quiet Knights are being, right? They're like, all right, you two can fight it out, and we are going to strike in at the last moment. Coops now finally strikes in, finds Fresh, and while we do know what Coops is capable of, he's not going to be missing shots like those. Finally, he's on a charge, and he's leading the pack, and his teammates falling right behind him as well. Alucard now still there, does realize there's still a lot of threat lingering around him. Fresh knocked out, Unicorns of love left with only one man alive. Supermassive Blaze on the other hand, all 4 their players up. One man's not really looking safe, but still he's going to be able to patch himself back up. Unicorns of love as well, getting enough time to get their teams back up, or at least get their players back up. GK first still knocked. They should be able to get GK first back up, but still let's just see what's the game plan is. And yes, they are going for the res on GK first. This next zone's going to be the decider, Jake.
It is going to be the decider, but all of them are inside, and it's snakes all the way through to the end of the match now as the backpacks come off. Inside of the grass, it's whatever they got, it's whatever they have, and you can see the zone slowly taking him in. You can see the damage Kef eating so much, but he can't stand up because if he stands up, he dies. Lucera, he's on the front line, he's waiting, and I think he might have maybe spotted out Alucard. Moving further forward, no he won't. He's just behind the ridge, and it's still blind vision for all 3 of these squads.
Oh man, the circle kind of moves over the Knights. Being favored by the zone like that, but still they're not going to be able to pop their heads and just straight up mow people down. They will have to play this a little bit cautiously and a little bit brilliantly as well. So Knights taking their time, making sure if they do spot anyone out, I'm pretty sure Coops is going to be striking in. And one little injury on any team, that's going to be meaning quite a lot for the other teams. Unicorns Love with 3, Supermassive Blaze with 4. Knights have the least med alive. But still, we do know each and every single player from the side of Knights. They are capable of a lot of things. And if one little mistake from any of these teams, any of Supermassive Blaze or Unicorns of Love, that means Knights are just going to be gifted over that win. So, Unicorns of Love, they will also have to play things a little safe. Goop spotting 2 out, but guess what? Teammates there to retaliate. And this time, Alucard, well, is going to be putting the final nail in the coffin for Unicorns of Love. And well, guess what? That's going to be it. And guess what? Who wins this? Supermassive Blaze. They take this one, they strike in the end time. They're like, all right, you two fight it out. And as soon as they do, Supermassive Blaze, they just strike in the end moment, and they got that chicken dinner. Hey, look, man, my second prediction was Supermassive Blaze, so...
I'm telling you, dude, it's a double jinx, dude. You put one down and they fall in 16th, but then you take the other and they take the victory. It's what I'm telling you to do, man. Is now Supermassive Blaze. I think it was working well for them, though, the patience in that final few phases to actually not shoot down first, to wait for, of course, nice Unicorns of Love to be able there to make that fight against each other and then engages that third party. They had the hilltop. It was a brilliant finish for them. And I think also those kills, they were starting to get the end. I think they racked up from, I think, that 7th position, that from 8th position or so in those teams. They had like 2 kills. And then at the end, they went into double digits. So much picked up in those final moments too for Supermassive Blaze.
I gotta say, Accept played that previous game quite safely. They do realize consistency is the factor, no matter if you're not really able to rack up a lot of points. Even if you're getting decent positioning in the top 5, at least, even if you get in the top 5, you're still getting like racking up a decent amount of points with even if you're getting like 1 or 2 elims. So exactly, Accept realizing that, and they do know the main focus is to try and get inside Super Weekend, at least to save their pride.
Yeah, I think Accept are very important that J7 survived here, but again, there was all down to what happened to Accept, right? You saw them fall early, and I think it was a lot of these other teams that we kind of praised. We might have jinxed them all here, Necro, for being so well. I mean, we talked about Mad Bulls, talked about S2G, they all kind of slipped, though, early on. Even Footballist, right? And, I mean, I'm not saying that we are the devil here of the zones and the devil of Erangel, but we might just be passing our way through downside.
Oh man, and well, this is how Supermassive Blaze, as I mentioned, they were just the warriors of the game, and I feel like that previous game is well deserved from the side of Supermassive Blaze. They were just fighting through anything. They're like, it doesn't matter what we're going through, they're just going to be fighting their way out of it. And just the way Supermassive Blaze, each and every single player was playing in that previous game, it seemed like Supermassive Blaze, they had spot on communication. And Bullock, oh, that was an insane run over. Oh man.
But Supermassive Blaze, though, in this position, right? I think they kept beautiful blocking that Bucky of Blue Chad Tam. They were able to finish them off with Kef being alive and then taking out, fortunately, J7 inside a dip. And then, of course, winning through those final moments. As we said, it was all about Unicorns of Love losing 2 to Knights. And then Knights, they couldn't find that position over the hill because Supermassive Blaze could step up. Because Unicorns of Love weren't gatekeeping him anymore because, well, they were down. Unfortunately, we said Supermassive Blaze for them. Take the win, take the victory. Break it all down more. Heading back to the analyst desk. Span Cargo, 7WG, and Glitter Explosion.
Papara, Supermassive Blade definitely goes on ahead and takes that winner chicken dinner. That makes me happy because I just get to say Papara again, but also sad because I thought we were going to go ahead and get some sort of streak going with us actually getting these predictions correct, but it doesn't seem that way, Glitter.
Listen, I will take it, though. I don't even care because SMB was one of those teams that we mentioned a couple times that really needed to have a strong final week of league play to get their spot in the Super Weekend. And their first game in 13 elims, 13 elims for this squad. That's huge.
Yeah, that sends a message to a lot of those other teams. And I mean, just besides them, we had some of the other teams that we've been kind of watching them the whole day. Exit being able to secure, what, a top 4 with at least 2 elims. And then Blue Chaptown playing it super passive, but making sure that they at least got some extra elims on their side as well. They ended up with 5 elims overall. So these teams that we've been talking about and we kind of been hyping up and saying that they need to step up, Glitter, they are currently stepping up. And you know who is still maintaining that wave? Who's still riding that wave? Coops, with those 4 elims and 950 damage.
Coops, my man, is always averaging almost 1k damage anytime that he pops up here for an MVP. He's just very, very impressive. But we saw, I mean, he's got 45% to the team contribution. However, I felt like when we were watching the Knights, once again, we saw a bunch of other players on the Knights stepping up. I mean, even Alucard at the end there was trying to clean up a couple more elim points for them. And, you know, I wanted them to do well on the first Erangel. It just took them a little bit longer to warm up here. Knights are looking really good for themselves. And the fact that we've said this before, Coops somehow ends up in an MVP position, even when Knights aren't the team that comes out on top, individual players that are trying to gun for that MVP spot as well should be scared.
And taking a look at these weekday rankings as well, don't see too much movement at the very, very top. We do see Pevra going on ahead, jumping up into that 5th place. Same with PK, Blue Chabtan. I mean, definitely going on ahead, having a good performance in this match, dragging themselves on up. But 7 as well, kind of gonna. We have to talk about the performance. I gotta say, Unicorns of Love, they've been in these past 3 games in the end game every single time.
They definitely have. They've been super consistent. I'm not sure if they're maybe just switching different strats or trying different things, but whatever it might be, as you mentioned, it is currently working for them. I want to see more out of them, right? If they're gonna continue this trend, I would love for them to get a chicken dinner because that's just gonna boost up their confidence even more. And we do go towards the second page here. I think Navi's gonna be sitting out this one again. Rice didn't really have one of the best performances in that last match. We're talking about maybe seeing little brother versus big brother. I don't think we got a chance to see that. Going into the next Miramar, though, something I do want to be looking at closely is going to be the past chicken dinner, Supermassive Blaze. Are they going to decide to hot drop again with Ghost Gaming, or are they going to just kind of back off from that since they do need the points? I kind of want to see the hot drop again.
I mean, hot drops. Yes, I gotta say, hot drops, I mean, they're always excited to go ahead and watch, especially in the early phase when usually it's just looting. Hot drops always make things interesting, and I mean, we mentioned it before, these hot drops, they kind of have to get them done with now, because going into finals, you know, you kind of gotta assert that dominance to grab those spots for yourselves. And also, gotta go shout out the PMGC exclusive treasure boxes once more because you guys can still go on ahead and get them. All you have to do is open it in the esports center, watch PMGC live on YouTube or in the center, get the PMGC token, redeem it to get the PMGC permanent items in the PUBG Mobile Esports Center. Go do it now. Okay. Pan shot coming through from Glitter, of course. And that again just goes on ahead and makes me want to just jump. It's a little bit different, but you know, we're kind of talking about those teams that you were expecting to be fighting in this last match and how maybe since there's no Sandhawks, maybe they're going to bring that aggression to Erangel. But kind of on that topic, are you hashtag Team Sandhawk or hashtag Team Erangel 7?
Sandhawk, that's not even a question. That's not even a question. I would love to see what YouTube chat's going to be saying, so I'll be keeping an eye close on that one. Glitter, what you got? I don't even have to ask you. It's a Sandhawk, right?
Obviously, 7. Okay, we're always on the same page here when it comes to Sandhawk. We had a Sandhawk question when you weren't here the other day, and I was like, I wish 7 was here to support me in this. It's always Sandhawk. That's always the right answer.
Yes.
Okay. Well, next up is actually going to be Miramar. Not even an option there. So that's the true winner, I guess, is Miramar's the correct answer because we're about to be moving on to the deserts there. We have 2 Erangels down, 1 Miramar down. We're about to be going into the second Miramar. And I mean, based off the winner that we got last time, it'll be interesting to see who goes and grabs this next one. But of course, we have to throw it into a short break. And we'll be right back with our last 2 matches. Don't go anywhere, y'all. 2 more to go.
NANI?! お前はもう死んでいる。
I saw the first light, the first steps. Now I see much more. I capture Earth in all its beauty. I see action. I see drama. And I see it in the finest detail. Moments of inspiration and the first steps. I am the 1+9.
Welcome back, PMGC West League. Once again, we have 2 more matches left. It's about to be on Miramar again, and I'm just going to throw this immediately on over to Glitter. What are your thoughts coming into this next match?
Honestly, I don't even know anymore. I feel like the teams today have not necessarily mixed it up. It's just that so many teams are performing well that it's very, very hard to nail down who is going to come in and win, especially when we just had the introduction of Group E. Obviously, we were keeping our eyes on all of them, but SMB is the one that does come out on top, being one of the teams that also needed these points, trying to make their way into the final Super Weekend. We take a look here at the head-to-head between Coops. Speaking of SMB, we've got Coops up here up against Kekt. So, I mean, 8 elims. We were talking about how many elims they had here. 7. They almost matched that 1k damage mark. SMB had a very, very strong first game of their week of league play.
They definitely didn't. I mean, that player right there, that I'm not going to try to say his name because I'm totally going to butcher it, that was a big part of their performance, being able to get 8 of those 13 elims. That's huge. That is an insane number for me, and I'm going to be looking at him closer. Is it Kekt? I think that's how you say it, right? I'll continue to practice.
I just always say Kesh. Kesh. Oh. You know what? I don't even know. But I just messed it up. I was so confident there too. But let's just go on ahead and jump into something else we should potentially be confident about, which is our predictions. Because I mean, we did really well in the first 2. We didn't get this last one, but let's try this again. 7, if you want to start it off.
You know what? I'm still thinking about it. Glitter, who's your pick?
Listen, I'm not certain about this one. This one's a shot in the dark, but it's Miramar. We've seen a little bit of craziness on Miramar, especially out of sometimes those Brazilian teams. So I went with Black Dragon this time around. Okay, Black Dragon's here. I feel like they might be able to pull this one in. I feel like the Chicken Dinners today are all over the map, so I'm just kind of going with it.
Okay.
You know, I'm gonna go next since 7 passed the first time. Now it's my turn. I'm gonna go actually with Unicorns of Love because I mean we just talked about it. They've been doing so well these matches today. I mean we didn't super see them in last Super Weekend. I don't know. There's something with it where we didn't really get to see Unicorns of Love playing last week, but today they've been kind of showing up. So they've been getting to the end game. Why not just go ahead and get this next winner in Chicken Dinner?
Ooh, those
next up is 7.
2 great picks. But I'm actually gonna stick with my Colombian brothers. I'm gonna have to go again with Buluk Chaptan. I'm enjoying what I'm seeing out of them. I was gonna pick Exit, but I thought Glitter was gonna pick Exit. She ended up going with Black. By the way, I like the pick. All right, I'm kind of digging both of the picks. Buluk Chaptan. I kind of want them to put themselves in a position where tomorrow they won't be as much under pressure with all the other teams and maybe hunting them down or whatever it might happen tomorrow, because it's gonna be crazy as well.
They also really got close in that end game as well. So again, not a bad choice whatsoever. And okay, again, gotta ask really quickly. Glitter, we already had 1 Miramar match. Was there anything crazy we gotta go ahead and look out for in this one again?
I like the call out that you made earlier, 7. I want to see, especially coming off of a really solid game for SMB. Will SMB continue a hot drop situation here? Because that could be spicy.
I'm for it. Especially, I mean, they have a little bit of cushion now after that amazing first game that they had. I would like for them to continue with the confidence there, try to hunt down Ghost Gaming, and if that happens, boy, their confidence is going to go through the roof.
Through the roof. Well, here we go. We're about to be jumping on into Miramar once again. Second to last game of today. It's going to be an exciting one. Going to toss it on over to Casters because Miramar action is starting.
Very much hitting up the final game of Miramar. I'm glad we're going to go back in onto the Desert Necro. I missed it on the league days. And I want to see what these teams can do. We, of course, saw Mad Bulls in that second game take a big, fat win. But now I'm looking again. I'm convinced I'm just going to stay with A7. It worked eventually for the last and the analysts. will work eventually for A7. I mean, they're sitting pretty dominantly up that top side, though. I mean, 11.8 average points in Miramar for the entirety of PMGC. That's a big, fat statistic for them.
I feel like I have a pretty interesting pick over here. I'm going to go with Eastern Stars. Now, I've been pretty good on the map of Miramar, even though they weren't really able to make it in the Super Weekend 2, but in Super Weekend 1, they had quite a bit of nice performance. So I feel like maybe in the Super Weekend 3 is where they decide to strike back. But I also like that the analyst pointed at one more thing out. Tomorrow, maybe there's going to be a lot of targeting happening. What do you think about that, man?
I absolutely 2,000,000% agree that there's going to be some form of targeting, particularly on these teams who haven't made it. I mean, XSET not as much. I think with XSET, they've done well for themselves, actually, for these 3 games so far. 2 top finishes, a chicken dinner. They're actually looking pretty dominant and pretty set to actually, pun and no intended, to get into that Super Weekend. But for the rest of that other team, right, who's sitting out right now, Team Queso, I'm really worried for them coming back in onto Game 5 tomorrow and also into the Game 5 today, sorry, and tomorrow's matches, because they need to step up to be able to get in onto that Super Weekend, and they need to step up so much more again just to be able to qualify in that top 16. I don't think that we've seen it from Team Queso at all. We've not seen that magic that we're looking for out of them.
Yeah, definitely. That's, as you mentioned, that magic, Team Queso, when we were just like, starting in when the week 1, everyone was talking about this Team Queso, and then later on, it just has been a complete letdown. As you mentioned, the magic, it's just not like seen by all these weekends, all these 2 weekends up till now. But again, still feel nice for Supermassive Blaze. I feel good for them because they don't really need to worry about Ghost Gaming anymore in Picado because they're not really playing in these groups.
Ooh, boys, that was a fly-in from S2G. I like it. I like that move coming from S2G. I like to see that aerial combat coming in from S2G. But this time, they're going to be a little bit safer. I think they've dealt with the trauma of what happened to them in the past of Next Warrior. And now they'll be able to survive a game, but no kills for them this time around. And happy end up pass on. Next Warrior, they don't want to tangle with them once more time. Is XSET also stepping up, as we mentioned, right? XSET in around, of course, is more on that lateral side here, on towards the west, very far away from that zone, as it did go in towards the eastern side, about 1,000 meters. I think that XSET, all the eyes really on them as a team, and I think the pressure as well, something that we've not really discussed, but something so important is a mental side, right, of PMGC, and you can see it in the way that some of these players play these final matches and I think XSET going to be under a lot of pressure generally, even if they are doing well. If they do make it into the second Super Weekend, will they crumble? Will they be able to use that pressure effectively? Because we have seen it, as we said, in the previous matches, Mad Bulls being one of them. I mean, you and me in that second match, looking at Mad Bulls, thinking we just got to go for the push, just finish off Black Dragons. It's such an easy win, but you could see the hesitancy, even in a 4v2 situation, that they had under control.
Yeah, as you mentioned, the kind of pressure, man, it always makes these players hesitate, right? If they do want to come in inside a push or not, because they're always scared. Things might go south. There's always a chance that there might just be an opponent who might just strike back if you make even one little step wrong. But still, sometimes you got to take the chances that you've got. And as you mentioned, yeah, that Mad Bulls and Black Dragon fight was a complete kind of a nice example of how pressure really does build up. And Mad Bulls, again, as you mentioned, they were kind of crumbling down the pressure, but in the end, the man advantage is what helped Mad Bulls out quite a lot in that previous fight. But on the other hand now, as you mentioned, XSET, and I also was talking about XSET, right? Coming inside the week 3, they're also going to be having a lot of pressure, and how to deal with that is, as I mentioned, you have nothing to lose at this point. You have to go all in. And XSET, they might as well just give up their mentality of like, okay, maybe you need to play safe. They just need to keep one thing in mind. This is their last chance. You might as well go all in or go home.
Yeah, I mean, as Jornala's side, as Black Dragons so often do confirm this location early on, Footballist, very aware of this, will wrap around smartly on the edge of that hillside and the compounds, and will avoid out the fire for the most part. XSET continuing, as we said, these teams coming out of the western side, needing to make their way further in onto this eastern side zone. And I think actually to see this eastern side zone is so common actually in the PMGC. We've barely seen, I think, a western shift. And this is actually really exciting. As much as it is in one way sad that we don't get to see our likes of El Pozo being seen in these final phases, we actually get to see the development of these players and how they tackle these different situations. And something new, of course, Blue Chaptan, speaking of new situations and new strategies, are going to potentially look over Minas Generales and spy out 2 members of Footballers, Raum and Loverzin, who just rotated out of the fire, or out of the frying pan, should I say? There's the fire. Blue Chaptan.
Oh man, it's looking to fry those opponents up, but let's just see if that's going to be the case or not. Bullock, again, 7 win with Bullock pretty confidently. He wants Bullock to at least get 1 chicken dinner. They would have a little bit of safety cushion on their back moving inside day 2. Quite understandable why he went with Bullock as well. Rios, on the other hand, just trying to show off the pin.
Dude, it's a pan. It's got a skull on it.
Yep, it's just showing it off,
It's a death symbol. It's a death symbol for Footballists, I'm telling you. It's a sign. It's foreboding for Footballists, so better be careful. That pan, we've seen it. This could be deadly. Can you take someone out? No, you're chicken dinner.
Maybe some kind of ritual, you know? He's just like showing the pan to the sun.
Right, exactly.
And like maybe the gods will bless him or something like that. Maybe some kind of ritual.
The chicken gods, get him all the chicken nuggies, you know? That's what he's looking for, dude.
Here we go, though. Exit. Not really able to land any shots on the next Ria, so it's completely fine. They're not really looking for a smoke over here. X-Ria going to be making it back to safety pretty quickly without any trouble. Exit, though, still on move. And this is where next Ria are looking to strike back. So those shots are more kind of like just warning shots. They're not really looking to connect them. But this time, these shots are not really warning shots. But Besiktas inflicting pain and suffering on the Unicorns of Love. On the other hand, Knights, they're crumbling down. Coops left in the clothesline. Xenox taking a lot of damage from the side. He might be confirmed in no time if Knights just mess any kind of things up. Coops providing that smoke, but I just feel like it's a little overshoot of smoke coming in through. Football is looking to strike back in this situation there. It's a 3-on-4 situation. Rom's position is quite instrumental, but again, Knights, they can try and play this situation out of perfection if they're not really exposing themselves to the other side. Footballists, they aren't really going to be having that edge as we talk about, but that prone shot coming in, that drop shot from the side of Lutz catches Chico, an instant confirmation of kill from the Coops.
And that is all about Raum trying to center up. He's actually immediately rotated them behind him because he could see that Knights and Yuri was there and they were playing to the opposite end of Raum. But now that Raum is behind, can Loverzin and Raum find his pin? So I'm not so sure because Chico should be revived here. And you can see the Footballists, they weren't able to hold this compound. It was all about brilliant positioning through from Knights as they might even take out Loverzin too. They reload. Can they find extra shots? No, they do not. And Coops will be able to not find him. Loverzin survives another day, but crucially, actually, Footballists, they are split now. And look at that split, particularly in the position towards that zone. They're going to wrap round, but into towards Blue Chaptan. I'm really concerned for Footballists in this position.
A fresh magazine saving Loverzin's life right there. But on the other hand, Exit, do you realize there's quite a team's getting upset in the front? Polo just doesn't want to commit, but here we go. Talk about commitment. And finally, the push comes in through. Polo just leading the charge. Kador quite down low. One nade can just seal the deal on Kador, but still is able to patch himself back up. And guess what? Polo is looking to inflict some pain, but on the other hand, next Rua, there's just not a team that's going to fall back. Instead, they're pushing against them, and they're taking them down one by one. Exit, they're crumbling down single-handedly, and the nade from the side of Jay, though. Oh, catches one. Kill switch now, looking to follow it up. Another nade coming in just to try and look for that confirmation, but Jay still do like how Exet are playing. Polo crawls back to safety. The rest should be back up onto Polo, but still, it just really comes down if next Rua are going to be making that push happen. Next Rua, though, still playing things out quite safe. Jay realizing exactly that. I do like how Jay's playing over here. Just making sure that the player who was knocked out maybe is able to crawl back to safety, but no, that's not the case. But instead, another nade from the side of Kador going to be catching Polo. A big man falls down. Exit now. They're looking under a lot of pressure, and they are slowly and steadily crumbling down one by one. And Exit, they need to show some team synergy over here.
And kill switch, you'll find it. There we go, Exit. They were looking for it, but confirm away one. Can they get the other? Jay stepping further forward. Yet to down as Frozen just below the hillside. It won't fall forward again. The nade almost swipes them out, though. Knee hat frozen. They double up the damage, and Jay looking for the nade in between them all. It will go wide.
There we go, Jay in the clotheslines, just trying to nade someone out. Looking for another opening, and that's going to be quite huge. Oh, was quite close. Was able to move back to safety in the nick of time. Still at least got the confirmation on that kill. Molotovs being utilized. Jay still taking a decent amount of damage, fair bit of amount of damage, and he did realize one man from the side of next to it is just giving a lot of information away. And Polo with that buggy trying to run that last man over, but that's not going to be the case. Instead, Polo falls down, and while the kill gets confirmed, oh no, Exit, you cannot really give these kills away like that, because next to it, they're hurt, and they're going to make sure they're going to punish you no matter what kind of angles they can. Nihat takes another down. He might just be able to clutch this. He might just be able to clutch this single-handedly. Yes, he does, but the Wall of Death is doing quite a lot of damage, and he will go down to the blue zone. He will.
The blue zone, it claims them all together.
What?
Necro. What a play coming through from Nextroyer inside of that match. I mean, Nextroyer stepping up strong, but nice as well. They won't be able to take the knock, and now is that on as well. Aster does find one, does confirm for it. Was Akari back on in? So we got a full four-man squad too.
That's in the front. One man knocked off. You've seen the kill feed though. Rolkis as well going out for this Scar. On the other hand, Lovezon just handing out haircuts on the players of Knights. Unicorns love. Eastern Stars in the front. Dr. Octavian kind of caught in the open. As I mentioned, I have went with Eastern Stars, but Jake, I forgot, what team did you go with again?
Ooh, I didn't say, to be fair.
Oh, you didn't? Okay, now is your chance, man. Go ahead.
Oh no, I've got memory loss, man. I forgot I actually said A7, to be fair. Man, I've already lost faith in A7. I feel bad for them. I feel like I'm trying to support them, but I forget that I'm even supporting them. I mean, poor A7, they got no one to love them in this today. I think it's just the overlove. You know, we predicted them too much, and now no one goes for them. But it's okay. I've got their back. I feel that A7, they can come on strong. I believe in them.
Yeah, definitely, man. Everyone believes in A7. They are doing pretty much really good on the overall ranking Super Weekend, even if they're not really able to. I mean, I'm just saying, even if they're not, like, that's not going to happen. We all do know. But even if they're not really able to make it in Super Weekend, in Super Weekend 3, they're still safe. They're going to be making it in the top 16. They're going to be in the league finals as well. So don't really need to worry about anything. A7 are looking pretty good. They're being chilling. They can always try and go ahead and try and play that spoil sport. They can always try and spoil someone's game.
Exactly, right?
Yeah, I mean, as I mentioned, the chances of them not qualifying are like, it's next to impossible.
Yeah, I mean, A7, they did really well, you could say, in those first 2 weeks. They pretty much secured themselves inside that top 16. But who do they take out on their journey towards that top 16, right? In towards the finals? Do we take out Kaiser? Do we take out Xset? I mean, Xset, they are already down, keep in mind. So another flip-flop game for them. Too good, too bad. But as we do digress, back towards phase 3. And I want to talk about this zone. It did shift back over towards Graveyard, in towards the Junkyard Hills, should I say. And Junkyard Hills, an interesting position here, because I actually liked that a lot of these players focusing on that side, but I think the Graveyard is going to miss, and I think the Graveyard, another one of these great positions, is the Church, the hillside on the opposite end of the zone. A lot of these teams coming into the zone that way, surprised that it's not taken up.
So you mentioned they're just looking to get those Junkyard Hills. Unicorns love as well. I do see on the map feed, slowly moving in from the same direction. There's a huge chance that they might just clash against Black Dragons. But still, let's just find out. There's a huge wave coming in from the right side. It's like 4 teams moving in at the same time, and I'm pretty sure we're going to be seeing some clashes happen in no time. A7 realizing, team right in the front, Rise as well. A little 3-1 split coming in. Mufasa just with the Bucky trying to roam around. Mad Bolts do realize this here. A lot of sound crews given away from the side of Nunes. Nate might just be able to get there, but no. A little bit shorthand. And in fact, revealing his position with that one, just trying to move inside the zone. He does realize he is also taking a decent amount of damage. And look at him, he's just dashing away.
He is, he knows he's got to hop and skip his way through like a little happy bull in grass. Over and towards side that phase 4, because it's shifting in the next phase. It's about to come out over. The Spheres Gaming, unfortunately, they rotate their way in, right? A7, they were there waiting. It's a double. It might just be a triple. It might just be all of the dead Skulls and Furious Gaming. We talked about foreboding. Skulls in towards the sky, but Furious Gaming, they're being ascended into the heavens right now, and A7, they're taking them there.
Oh man, Furious Gaming, they challenged the god themselves, and well, the gods will strike back. Furious Gaming, they're crumbling down. Only one last man alive, when, well, that shouldn't really be that big of a deal. But guess what? It's Supermassive Blaze helping them out from the back. Korea should be back up on his feet in no time. A7 still for a little safety cushion, lobbing in those smoke grenades, just making sure Supermassive Blaze aren't really going to be having that extra bit of visual info to work with. Supermassive Blaze from that previous game, definitely got to say their confidence level should be boosted up.
Yeah, Supermassive Blaze, right? You could see it the way they're playing. They're playing more up front. They're playing more as that team that are pushing to try get these kills and are pushing to try punish. But it's actually that concern of the faithful zone is what I keep my eyes on. It's S2G. Once again, another one of these teams who had stepped up so well, but in 12th position, 12 points after 3 games, it's not a great average for 4 points per. And they are in the center of that zone, yes, but they're in the bowl of all of those teams. And they don't have the high grounds to protect them. Neither does Love's teammates, as he will find one. Takes out Zessie, but I think he might not be able to find the other. No, it won't be. A recent Sun HP behind him. They confirm up an easy kill. Football is eliminated in 12th. See more fighting happening around Balut Chaptan and Unicorns of Love.
Oh man, Unicorns of Love taking quite a lot of damage. GK first got caught in the open on the high ground, but still was able to make it back to safety. Well, look, as you mentioned, it take quite a lot of damage, could take quite a decent amount of damage, but finally Ries being found by Lin. That's a great find from his side. Now looking to confirm that find as well. On the other hand, just Alien Kid just sending it with the bus. Does realize if he doesn't, that's gonna get he's gonna be meeting his makers if he doesn't really exit that compound in itself. But guess what? Anyways, he falls down. I think so. It's Rise. Yes, Mythic putting the final nail in the coffin for that team. And Bullock taking an exit from the game in 11th position. That's a huge team out, knocked off the way. 7's predictions as well, not really coming true. But I do understand why 7 really went with Bullock. If they're not really going to be having a good game today, that means tomorrow is going to be the pressure test.
Yes, I think a lot of pressure in these teams. You can see it in that Group A, that Group B, the teams that don't sit out of games today, having to perform so well. And I think that you can see that was certainly why Balut Chatan X, particularly in that first week, we didn't see them come up strong. The surprise factor definitely caught them in that first Super Weekend, not making it. Both of them stepping up fairly well now, and Eastern Stars, Knights as well. Needing to step up, but it's Black Dragons on the post side. Up towards the mountain, spying down the kills and Knights. In this tricky angle where you've got Romalusin moving in onto the black side. GC Gods, they're forcing them further forward, and Knights Alicant are walking into death, and I don't think they realize it.
Oh no, GC God missed quite a lot of shots. If he wanted, he could have taken down both of them. Still a little bit of Whiffaroo coming in from the side of Black Dragons, but it's fine. Decent amount of damage being inflicted on the Knights. Eastern Star still in the front, Aethys. He needs to try and hold it off. He does realize in the front is Knights, and well, there goes my predictions as well. Eastern Star's out the game in 10th position, not looking great for now. Black Dragons on the other hand. Oh, that's quite a good connect. Oh, even though he didn't really have that info to work with, still a little bit of lucky shots being connected. Coops, oh, barely alive on a sliver of health.
Yeah, Romalusin will fall down, as unfortunately they get knocked. GC God couldn't confirm that. I'm a little bit surprised that the pincer formation didn't work. I think that they definitely could have taken out Knights in that situation, but Knights do live to tell another day. S2G, though, who are blessed by this zone, have moved away further towards the north with that next shift. They were inside the bowls of all team those hills, but Rise, they weren't able to capitalize on that. In fact, even a knock against them as Mythic is potentially going to be the first of a second, as Nunes very shortly afterwards gets spied up by Silas Pew, but it's Alpha 7, a third party. That's where I'm keeping my eyes forward, because S2G, they just spotted that. They start to back off in the fight, smartly knowing it. Alpha 7, it could come in for the upset.
Oh, I feel like this is S2G's game, man. The way they're playing this out, this is usually how they play when it's their chicken dinner game. And S2G, they're able to just hold out so many teams, including A7 and Rise. They're just making sure they're not really able to cross over on the safe side. But still, safe side, not so safe at all. And Korea from the side of A7 falls down first. That's a huge man being taken out. A7 now under a lot of pressure. Revo as well, catching a couple bullets from the side. And H2G, they're under a lot of pressure. But look at that shot from the side of Revo, just making sure that he's putting Mythic down. He's like, sit down, Mythic. You're not going to be inflicting any more pain on us. But Kelsey, on the other hand, Oswald kind of facing the front side. He also goes down, but the nade from the side of 7 is going to be confirmed the kill on the Mythic. Well, here we go. A little bit of kill steal coming in.
A7, they're continuing that step up, right? It's just said it's about everyone peeking up. In a moment, they peek up, they get put down. And Mafioso was sent away by the nade, but will not push up too quickly. And the hesitancy saves him, but look at the fourth party. Keep an eye, Besiktas is still on that hill behind. Supermassive Blaze also coming in. It could be a congestion between all of the teams. As Supermassive Blaze, they enter on in. S2G, they spied them. As well as their rise, it will be lit up, and it will be Supermassive Blaze taken down by A7, but a knock against Monterevo in return pushes him away from the fight further forward in onto S2G, and it's a very patient standoff in between, using those dips in the hills to avoid the fire out of those opposite ends. Even a sixth party is Unicorns of Love in on the fight too.
Oh no, losing that close range duel, not really looking that great. That was kind of tough to watch, not gonna lie. Kind of awkward engagements over there. But on the other hand, A7 still alive with all 4 players alive. Supermassive Blaze, they don't really have the best position to work with, and I'm not really expecting a lot from their side as well. Keth being put down. A7, they were looking to dominate this entire lobby. S2G have only 2 players in the game. I thought this might just be their game, but it seems like I have Caster Kirsten. Unicorns of Love alive with all 3 players, including Besiktas. Oh, this is going to be quite a close game, I can already tell, because Rice is still in the game, and we do know Rice, when it comes to that team, they're always really aggressive in these fights.
Yeah, there's a Brazilian squad that we saw at Miramar playing so well, often more than not. But Rice, they can't move. As we said, all of these extra squads that have engaged onto these 3 teams initially that were fighting it out, they've actually stopped them from making that engage because they cover those angles that they were trying to use to circumvent round in onto the fight. And Unicorns of Love, of course, already confirmed one of Besiktas. It will confirm away Knights as well out of the game, as they almost take down a second. A7, though, they might have found a 1 spot against Rice, as they did back off, giving up more position. But Carrillo down. That will silence them away for the moment. There's now A7. We almost find a nade on Gary, but it's Rebel as well, drops.
And here we go. A nade parade comes in. The nade barrage comes in on the side of A7. The res is being stuck. As Senetex able to get that man back up, but guess what? Instead, both of them get knocked out this time. The M249 just inflicting pain on the A7. And within a blink of an eye, the tables have been flipped to Rise. As I mentioned, they're just really aggressive in these fights, and that's what they're exactly doing. They're just charging in forward. They don't care what the outcome's going to be. All they're looking for is that blood, and they want it, and Rise are probably trying to get it as well. But finally, Nunes out in the open. The rest is looking quite tough for that. And Unicorns of Love, they're just third-partying. They're just able to tap it away. They're just able to rack up these kills. They're able to get these knocks. And H2G, on the other hand, they're just able to keep themselves so anonymous. They're just staying quiet. They're letting all these teams fight, Jake.
SUG, they've got a compound that protects them, the 4 walls away from everyone. As Mufasa drops inside the blue, he's going to be sucked alive. The life out of him. As an aid will confirm an out of the entirety of the game. But Unicorns of Love now third parting, as we said, on into the fight. As Besiktas also circumventing around at the back end.
Oh man, Recent catching a lot of bullets, and now Besiktas are the one who are being focused hard. Taking quite a lot of damage, but still, as I mentioned, they should be able to patch themselves back up. They do have those little ridges to work with. Rise, on the other hand, one last man alive. They were able to flip tables against A7, who looked the strongest inside the game, and now A7 not certainly looking the strongest anymore. And props to Rise for that. Gary taken down quite low. This nade should seal it. Quite close, but no. Oh, a little bit overshoot coming in from the side of Rolkis. Not going to be happy after that one. Rolkis' position being revealed. Also, nades will be locked in from the side of A7 Mafioso. They does realize on the right is H2G, and if he's able to make sure that H2G is not able to step out of these compounds, A7 will have a safety ground over here.
Rolkis in amongst them all. In the corners of Love, looking and spying for those kills. So we said S2G also on the backside, patiently waiting up. It is bad patience in this final phase 7 because no one but Besiktas is inside of it. And they've got a hilltop to their crown of potentially this game. As the shift did come over phase 7, Besiktas will smoke away the path, blind out the possibility of Unicorns of Love stepping further forward. And I think that actually Besiktas in this situation, it's crucial that Zessi survives versus Unicorns of Love. As they find that kill onto Zessi, Besiktas, their position crumbles and they're going in on it.
Oh, here comes the 2-man push onto Zessi, but still is able to reply back in style. Oh, Zessie gets both of them. That's huge from the side of Zessie. Even though it was a 2-1 split, still Zessie single-handedly able to hold his combat down, able to hold his fort down. And now Unicorn's Love left in such an awkward place. Lin, the only man alive, he is shrouded himself in the smoke. These smokes are going to be fading away in no time, so Lin will need to make it to safety. But no, this time he's not going to be able to do so. The MG3 just puts in a lot of work. And Enjoy 7 able to take the final man down of Unicorn's Love. And now these are the final 3 teams alive. A7 as well being one of them.
Oh,
well, that
nice.
nade from the side of Recent, yes, it's quite a brilliant one.
Oh, but nade, that might be the silencer for A7, but down to nothing, and it's down to Besiktas cleaning them through. Single-handedly is this only Rise. Gary let to snail his way up onto the hillside, but this is Besiktas' game here. Necro, there's no doubt about it. Besiktas from week 2, they're back on form.
Oh, Rise able to find one, but the problem is he doesn't really have that cover to work with. And Gary out in the open catching a lot of bullets. Yep, not going to be able to withstand the damage. And finally, Rise knocked off the game. Besiktas played that beautifully. In the end, I just like how Besiktas was letting all of them fight. And in the end, I gotta say, Zessie was the man. He should be given a lot of props. He was able to hold that push against Unicorns of Love. And as soon as he did that, I pretty much knew, okay, there's a high chance that Besiktas are going to be able to take this.
Yeah, it's immediately right. As soon as Zessie finds that double kill onto Unicorns of Love, I think it confirms away that game completely through from them. It's now down to the rest of Unicorns, not Unicorns, let's just say Besiktas versus the rest of A7. But as soon as A7, that nade, that nade was a beauty. Gone to Mafioso, and as soon as he drops 2, then there is nothing that can stop Besiktas on that path to victory. The chicken nuggies inside their pockets as they will secure game number 4. But I'm also curious to see on those highlights, because they was all coming down onto that 6-7 teams on those final few zones. It was actually S2G who I thought could have came out a little bit stronger, considering that actually they had such a strong position in amongst all of those other teams. As we said, they had the 4-wall protection. They didn't have to worry. It was just about surviving for them, and they couldn't do that.
Yeah, exactly. And even I said, right, I've seen HTG win these kind of engagements, win these kind of inside these zones, and still HTG, I don't really know, somehow they weren't able to come out on top in that one, and instead it was Besiktas who played that perfectly, who nailed it. And I gotta say, Rise, you know the analysts like to call Rise and A7 brothers of each other's, because of course, like, they're the Brazilian teams, but it seems like this time, the brother griefed the other brother's game. It's like the little brother got kind of jealous of the bigger brother.
Oh yeah, it is. It's all about jealousy. Full on.
Yeah.
It's Rise, A7. There's not enough room for both of them. It's unfortunately also, I think, that despite them falling down, we have to also talk about who went up, and that was actually, I think, Unicorns of Love, a big game for them. And I think we kind of overlooked it almost in a way of talking about them, but we certainly talked about them in the past. And Unicorns of Love, how many kills they're getting, right? How well they are positioning in these games. They have not been outside in this 3rd week so far of the top 4. They had a third, a second, a third, now a 4th position. But even though they had a 4th, they had the most kills out of any of the team up to that point. In the consistency in which Unicorns of Love are playing is very stereotypical of them. I think that now coming into that 3rd Super Weekend, as they have undoubtedly already secured their position there, I think, and coming into possibly the finals for Unicorns of Love, are we looking at them being that team to keep our eyes on as that almost dark horse, right? To keeping that consistency into the top 6, because at the end of all of these next 2 weeks, and there's not a lot of time to improve and adapt to these strategies, they could be finding a way in that top 6. Got to discuss it all though back on the analyst desk.
Besiktas winning their 2nd match here today. They really have figured it out. I mean, 7, just grabbing that win right there. I mean, it was a pretty dominant win in the end, definitely. But at first, kind of questioning whether or not they were going to take it or if Unicorns of Love were.
Yeah, it definitely was. I mean, 14 elims for them. I love what they were doing there for a second. They kind of saw Rise and A7 and all these other teams fighting, and they were like, let's just chill for a little bit. Let's let them do each other some harm, and then we'll come in and clean everything up. And that's pretty much how it ended up working out for them. Alpha 7 being able to collect themselves 20 points with their aggressiveness, and just like we've been hinting at, little brother and big brother ended up finally, Rice was able to get some of those elims, though. Rice was able to get 6 elims, 18 points overall. And Glitter, I was talking about it. I was so focused on a hot drop with Supermassive Blaze and Ghost that I totally forgot Ghost wasn't even playing in the last one. But Supermassive Blaze was able to take advantage of Ghost not being there. They landed Picado. They got a chance to loot. They ended up with 4 elims and 8 points total. I honestly, Glitter, I expected them to do a little bit better than that. Just me.
Yeah, you know, I think I'm on board with that too. I think I was also hyped on the potential for the hot drop, not even realizing that we have the groups rotating. It's because you and I are just always so ready for these fights to happen. As we take a look at the MVP here, this time it's actually going to be Unicorns of Love. GK first. Nice to see a Unicorns of Love player up here because they've been so consistent today. I mean, 813 damage. Only converting that to 2 elims, but the damage is really what's more important here, okay? Because you know that somebody else in a squad probably cleaned up some other elims along the way. Almost 30% of that team contribution. I feel like the theme of the day today is actually this quiet consistency that's putting a lot of these teams at the top right now. I mean, yes, we are seeing chicken dinners go the way of squads that need those additional points, but generally, we're seeing Unicorns of Love consistently top. We're seeing Exit consistently at the top just because of their consistency.
It definitely was, and that last game was such a top-heavy game as well. I mean, within all those 4 teams, they were able to collect pretty much most of the points that were on the table. 5th place with S2G only ended up with 7 points, which to me is actually kind of crazy. But we are going to the weekday rankings here. We do see Exit there, and I was having some back and forth on YouTube chat. We're talking about rewards, something that's going to be talking about here in a little bit, but we're also talking about Exit. I mean, they have had bad performances. I think it was in the past match for sure, but I feel like, Glitter, with the game that they had to start off the day, with some of the points that they've been able to kind of scrap here and there, this team more than likely is going to be going to Super Weekend, and hopefully they'll be able to use the little bit of cushion that they have to be more aggressive. I talked about it earlier, Glitter and Span. I want this team to be more aggressive. This is a team that, if they do make it to Super Weekend, which I personally think they will, they can't afford to be passive. They can't afford just to go for placement points in the chicken dinner. They need to be able to stack those chicken dinners alongside those elims.
I mean, that's the only way to go on ahead and climb that Super Weekend leaderboard at this point. So you're not wrong whatsoever. Got to go on ahead and get into the end game, get placement points, and also be active with those kills the entire time, which is a feat. It's definitely a feat. But we also got to go on ahead and kind of remind you guys for the very first time, actually, if we go on ahead and start pointing down to the bottom of your screen here, y'all, there is a rewards button down below. Like if you go on ahead and exit full screen, because I know you're watching this in all its full screen glory, right beside the live stream title, you can go on ahead and link your YouTube account with your PUBG Mobile account to go on ahead and get more PMGC tokens. I have to go on ahead and point that out because if you do that, then you can, you know, throw it back at your favorite teams and players. You guys know the drill. So go on ahead and click that button. You did
I did it. I went ahead, attached my account, attached my PUBG Mobile account to my YouTube account. Now I'm collecting rewards, talking to chat, watching the game. So easily, just click on that rewards icon right there.
Nice, nice. And I guess that kind of leads into a question as well, as per usual, of course, for the chat to go on ahead and participate in. And actually, I'm kind of curious to see what you two are going to actually answer with this. Again, it's a hard one. It's a hard one. Yeah, look at Glitter's face there. Who is your favorite player of PMGC? It looks like Glitter needs a little bit of a moment to think, so I'm going to throw it at 7 first if you want to answer that.
There's so many to choose from. It's like my kids. I can't choose a favorite. That's just mean.
It's true.
It's so hard. It's so hard.
Yeah.
I guess, do we just want to talk about a couple of players? I mean, because for me personally, I also feel like it's really hard to go on ahead and choose like one singular favorite player of PMGC. So you said yes, Evan. Who's a couple of people?
I mean, with this one, I gotta start off with the main one. One of my MVPs, one of my role models out there, Carrillo from Alpha 7. I mean, I love the way this man plays. All right, I love the way the man plays. Coops as well. I mean, Coops has been stepping up in a big way. And if we're talking about East, I mean, if you guys aren't watching East is getting spicy. I want to see what Paraboy is going to be able to do tomorrow too, alongside of Bigatron. So this is what I'm saying. There's just so many, Glitter, so many good players in this tournament.
I don't like picking favorite players. It makes me sad. Okay.
Yeah.
It makes me sad to have to do that because there's so many options to span that then I start to get stressed out that I have to only choose one.
Yeah, I'm gonna add Matic onto that list as well. I mean, you know, I was gonna add more, but honestly, I just agree with what you guys are saying. There's a lot of really amazing players to go on ahead and choose from. So I don't think we can go on ahead and be picky and really choose one. But if you guys have an answer, definitely go on ahead and pop that in the chat. Otherwise, we only have one match left, guys. One match for this first day of our very last week of weekday play. I know that's a mouthful, but one match left on Erangel. We're going to go ahead and throw it into a break, and we will be back with a different set of groups. So we'll talk to you guys then.
For this flame path, we're going from Primals all the way up to just between. Hang on a minute. I don't think carpooling is a thing in PMGC. Oh! To the side, get to the tree. That's your cover.
Get over here!
And get your teammate involved.
I don't know. I feel like this is a painful situation if you're Satar. Let's see if he has any tricks up his sleeve. This guy's got the moves. He's got the moves, got the PMGC outfit. He looks clean. He's right over the top of the car. I'm gonna need backup. Who's gonna go in now?
Magic Man himself, Satar. But in comes another player to try and what for, and this time, oh, he's got a gun. Okay, yeah, there's not a lot you can do. I mean, dodging cars is one thing.
I saw the first light, the first steps. Now I see much more. I capture Earth in all its beauty. I see action. I see drama. And I see it in the finest detail. Moments of inspiration. And the first steps. I am the 1+9.
No big teams. No, I'm gonna change it.
Welcome back to PMGC West. Oh no, absolute chaos here. We're gonna go on ahead and start talking about our next match here, though. Okay, it's the last match. We already talked about that. It's gonna go on ahead and be on Erangel, and we do have different teams participating in this one. So I'm just gonna go on ahead and see this right now. We have groups A, B, D, and E. So no longer do we have Alpha 7, Black Dragons, Mad Bulls, or Unicorns of Love. Instead, we are reintroducing Ghost Gaming, Team Queso, Fenerbahce, and Na'Vi. So those are groups into this one. Ooh, what do you have to say about this?
Yeah, you know, I'm just intrigued to see how Navi's gonna do. They got pretty much bullied the first two matches. They got to sit out this last two matches, and they kind of have the benefit of Alpha 7 not playing on this next match. So, oh man, it's just gonna be interesting.
Interesting. Okay. I'm gotta go on ahead and hear your thoughts coming into this. Glitter, gonna go on ahead and actually throw it on over to you as well, because this is in fact our last match of the day one of week 3. You know, this is the last chance to kind of grab some points to be going into day 2. Yeah.
Right. So my prediction is more of like a hopeful one. I don't know that it's going to play out, but I picked a squad that needs to continue doing well and getting some points on the board. So I'm hoping that maybe I can put some good juju into the universe for them here for the last game of the day. And I actually picked SMB. Okay, we've seen a massive pickup in their performance today so far, and maybe they could close out the day on a high note.
Okay, I like that. Love me some Pepper Supermassive Blaze. You know, I'm kind of going to go on ahead and go off of that as well with sending out those positive vibes. I actually went on ahead and chose Team Queso because they're in once again after sitting out for a bit. So I'm going to choose Team Queso because, I mean, 7 kind of already yelled at them. Haven't been doing well so far, but as we already know, they have to at this point. They kind of have to make it into this next Super Weekend, or at least I would like to see them get it to shenanigans. If not.
All right, production, I am so sorry. I told myself today I'm not gonna pick big teams. I said Na'Vi at first, okay? I'm gonna switch it up. I apologize, but I know you guys can do this. My actual pick is gonna be Atani Esports. I would love to see them finish off the day with the Gray Star. At first I picked Na'Vi, but I told myself no big teams today. So Atani Esports, you currently kind of qualify within my... Hey, they did it! Yes, thank you. Yes, that's my team right there. Sorry, Na'Vi. I do have you guys performing really well this next match too.
Well, you can't pick two. Come on, Seven. No, I mean, but it seems like all three of us kind of agree. Like, we got to send out those positive vibes. Actually, like, all of those teams. Actually, you're the only one that's different, Seven. I was going to say Glitter and I both chose teams that are kind of in those bottom 6 that we've been talking about, keeping an eye on this whole time. I'm going to say the list again, actually, so we can do it one more time. It's Team Queso, Xset, Blue Chaptime, Mad Bulls, Eastern Stars, and Supermassive Blaze. Those 6 teams, like, you know, some of them aren't in this last match, but still kind of honestly hoping all of them to go ahead and perform in this one, right?
The thing is, Atani Esports kind of falls under that umbrella, and that's kind of why I'm picking them here, because I feel like they need to be able to make it to the Super Weekend. Even though if we go to overall Super Weekend stats, they're currently sitting at 145, which is almost 30 more points than the 15th place team. But I mean, if those two teams, if Supermassive Blaze, if Eastern Stars is able to make it, right, and some of the other teams like Mad Bulls, Blue Chapter makes it too, and guess what, Atani Esports doesn't make it, they're gonna get kicked out. So that's also why for them to perform really well here.
Makes sense, makes sense. Okay, yeah, so there's a lot on the line for these teams. Obviously, they have to go on ahead and qualify for that Super Weekend first. That's why we're hoping that they're going to go ahead and do well in this league play. One more match to grab some points today. One more time on Erangel, ending it off with Highland Wolf and Necro.
Beautiful green hills of Erangel! We're back, Necro, for game number 5, and I'm seeing what, of course, Na'Vi on our screens can do, because it's quite frankly, I was going to say it, a little bit disappointed in Na'Vi so far, but I'll put my faith in them. 7WG, you don't have to vote for them, because I'll pick them for you. I believe now that A7, they're able to fly away from this game. Na'Vi, they can step up, because there's no one to stop them. This is a strategy, man. No A7, no problem.
Hey, listen, man, I'm going with Footballist no matter what. I'm going with Footballist again in this one. I don't know why, I just have that little itch. I feel like Footballists are going to perform really good inside this game. Possibly also get a chicken dinner, but let's just find out. And now Na'Vi, they're going to be having a huge sigh of relief because A7 isn't really playing in this one. They're out of these groups.
Man, this is just a bad experience, so with us now picking two
teams
beside each other. Oh, that zone as well. That's a pretty nice zone, I'm not gonna lie.
Very nice.
And then back over to the south side. I mean, we saw a southern zone already in game number 1. We're sticking to our guns here when it comes to game 5, another southern shift. But I like it. I like the way the zone's going. If there was like a nice zone, this could be it. Because, well, not nice for the players. Nice for me, because it's pretty devilish, because it means it could go either towards that South Island, right? We could see a South Island finish, but in fairness here, Necro, it's all also in that main island side. So it's the decision-making now, and it's about the control over the bridges. How are these teams going to be able to control over that gateway into where the zone decides?
It's about exit as well. They need this game, man. They need to continue the consistency moving inside on the second day. So exit, they need to perform really well inside this game as well. If they're not able to do so, well, we do know their chances on getting inside that top 16 are going to be quite tough. I mean, yeah, they are pretty much on the top for now. If I'm not wrong, Unicorns Love are leading the chart. Exit is on the second place. But still, tomorrow's day is going to be there's going to be a lot of banger of games, and Exit can never just count out on those.
So I just noticed, I'm gobsmacked. Na'Vi on 0 points after 2 games. They're playing a third game now. They've not even got one. What? Are we looking at the same team here, Necro? Is this Na'Vi on our screens? Is there a mistake? No, it's not. I mean, it's just Na'Vi not playing well at all when it comes to A7, smashing them out of the lobby the last 2 games. And my concern now is, as we talked about it, and I'm going to head back to once more that mental side of Na'Vi. What does that do to their mentality? I mean, you can see, yes, on our screens, a beautiful Chico getting obliterated into flames, and Pro Knights for it. But they don't have to worry. They're off at 36 points. It's Na'Vi down at 0, but I'm wondering, can they recover not only physically in the game, but mentally too? Is there going to be that conflict in between the team? Because the last time we saw them, yes, play worse was in that week 1, and we said, well, they're not picking up so many points, but they're still picking up some, and maybe they could still make it. But Na'Vi at 0, there's a lot to come back from, considering they've missed 2 games, and now it's a catch-up game for them.
Now look, this could have been their catch-up game again. As you mentioned, A7 aren't really playing inside this. Up till now, A7 were the one who were being kind of that roadblock for them going inside those leaderboards. But now you also need to understand that Na'Vi has always been struggling inside these southern zones, right? They've always been struggling in these military-based zones because they always go for those late-game rotations. And inside these kind of zones, those late rotations don't really work out. So Na'Vi, they can try and bounce back because A7 isn't really playing. But again, the zone is the huge enemy that they have right now, and they will need to loot as quick as possible and then move down, because as I mentioned, up till now, all these southern zones, and Na'Vi hasn't really been able to make it up.
Yeah, it's about that consistency, right? Well, if they keep it consistent when they don't make it in, you could say that much, but they do need to be able to change up the strategy coming in. We talked about also adaptation in, what, only now 2 weeks left in PMGC. Yes, if you make it into the grand finals later into January, then you've got time to prepare, you've got time to change up your playstyle overall, but there's only 2 weeks to get in there. And keep in mind that only 6 teams, remember, coming into these final few days, are able to actually progress through to those January games. So it is up to Na'Vi. Can they keep hold of what former glory they used to have? Because I think the Na'Vi coming into this event is not the Na'Vi that we expect to see coming into this event at all. I mean, they have underperformed in week 1 and now in week 3 so far again. Only week 2 has fairly looked good for them, but even that, it wasn't the dominant Na'Vi that we were expecting to come in.
Yeah, definitely Na'Vi, as you mentioned, it wasn't really what we were expecting, but still in week 2, I feel like they have lived up to their standards, but again, you do talk about consistency, that hasn't really been shown, because in week 1, they kind of faltered down. In week 2, they bounced back, but again, in week 3, up till now, Na'Vi are struggling. 3 games, I mean, 2 games already done, and they have 0 points. This is their 3rd game. If they're not really able to rack up a lot of points in this one, that means things are not looking good. And from what I know, from what I'm seeing up till now, the Wall of Death is moving in, and Na'Vi are still inside Northern Georgia looting. Now, the problem doing so is that Na'Vi, when they decide to move inside the bridges, or when they decide to move inside the south side, they're not going to be having a lot of info to work with. And talking about info, H2G seem quite oblivious of Team Queso, and Team Queso taking a huge advantage of that.
Yeah, I mean, Team Queso always in his position on the Western Bridge. I think this is huge for Team Queso. If there was ever a zone that gives Team Queso a position to get so many kills in this game, it is this, right? It's a Western Bridge deciding whether the zone is going to shift either towards mainland Erangel
take it.
or towards that south side. I mean, yes, that is one way to dodge out Team Queso. Gotta see if they can helicopter a way out into that south side in the words of Imperium. But also, I think going back, right, to Team Queso is, can they have that aggression that they've been lacking for the entirety of this tournament to now? We have not seen it so far. Can they be able to step up when the zone gives them such an opportunity to do so? And I think similar, like Exet also controlling this Eastern Bridge, we always know they do this. Can they find that aggression that we've actually been seeing from them for the 4 games so far today?
Oh, it's a head-on-head fight against Supermassive Blaze. Beautiful nade from the side of Jay to stop the aggression, to put a halt on it for now.
Oh, he's flying.
And Supermassive Blaze, yeah, he is flying. He's off the charts, man. He's going right inside the second island, or maybe just fly his way onto Miramar. That's how high he's flying up right now. But let's just find out. He's going to be having, he's going to be having a safe route.
Weekend.
He's going to be having a safe route there inside the military zone. But yeah, Supermassive Blaze in the front. And with that nade being put in, definitely pressure's being seen from the side of Supermassive Blaze. They don't want to overcommit inside these situations. Exit, on the other hand, if you talk about pressure, Exit is the team that is feeling it the most.
Still, Supermassive Blaze though, Tron, he's actually been abandoned. All of his teammates were like, nope, we got out of here. Tron, you're on your own, man. And Supermassive Blaze, Tron is like, but guys, there's still 3 members and they're still overlooking me. Polo's still flanking round. And I feel like Tron, he could be easily taken out here. I think Tron, of course, is the bait for Supermassive Blaze overlooking to try find those extra kills. I mean, except they are too wise to fall for such a trick. But Polo, speaking of tricks, is looking to swim around, but he's been spotted now, and I think, yes, the flank may work out, but because he's been noticed, I think the Exit are playing it very, very risky, where in fact they could just continue to hold this up, but Tronny's been knocked, and now that could be disaster for them, as it will confirm him through. Polo was striking in a way, and I think Supermassive Blaze, they missed out on an opportunity where Exit over-aggressed, because I think Exit, as we said, didn't need to go for that when he controlled the bridge.
Oh, Polo just being that deadly shark in the water, easily able to strike down a man from Exit. Or my bad, a man from Supermassive Blaze. Now the front lines, man being taken out was Tron, who has been taken care of. Oh, a little bit rough landing from the side of Silas, but it's fine. Not really taking insane amount of damage.
Just this landing
work with. Yeah, it's just like that slamming. It's kind of like that crash landing, you know, when you don't really know how to land, and you just decide like you just go like F it, and you just straight up just go down.
Exactly.
And you're just like slam it, you know?
Do you know what? Is this jealousy as well of his teammates, right? There's only one position, there's only one seat inside that glider, and then the other teams have to swim all the way through onto that South Beach. I mean, did you imagine how angry they are that Silas Pugh gets that glider? I would be livid if I had to swim that far and my teammate just flew across.
Yeah, as you mentioned, yeah, they're definitely going to be jealous at Silas for sure. But on the other hand, I also do see they're getting charged up by Furious Gaming now. Silas needs to be a little careful with the position he has. A little glimmer of his body. That means Furious Gaming aren't going to be getting themselves a go call against them. On the other hand, Exit and Supermassive Blaze, here comes this stalemate. It continues. And Exit, they're looking for blood. They want this smoke, and Exit, the aggression if you're talking about, they have definitely amped it quite a lot in the week 3, but Polo goes down with that. Coursera able to strike back pretty hard. And Polo, the kill should be confirmed in no time, but Noah's able to crawl back behind the buggy. But still, I'm not really expecting the rest to come in through. J7 just rams the weak on the compound wall. He wants to help his teammate, and he's going to be able to do so. He finds that knock, and now J7, is he going to be able to get the res back up? That's the question. Did he get the res up?
I think
he didn't.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't. He did lose him. Wow. Talk about anger in the team. Oh, no. Exit. That's words for after hours. There's Jay. He's going to sit in on the backside. Will be the flank round. Supermassive Blaze, so they've been pushed back and they've lost a lot of territory. Savian will be able to execute himself through towards the warehouse. That movement will not be seen by Exet. Does make it across the road safely. So, Supermassive Blaze, yes, I think good for now that they're surviving, but my problem is they're being pushed out of the zone. They've not got much further to go, only that bridge side. Oh, sorry, should I say that hillside? I'm talking about bridges because I'm looking at Coops here. Coops is distracting me with his wonder work on top of that bridge, and it's beautiful. But it's that hillside, right? They're running out of space. Navi, speaking of space, so they're on the hillside, and footballers, at least find them already. The information is gone, just like that buggy. It's away.
Oh man, Na'Vi, just like always, they're not really able to navigate their way through in these southern zones, and this is what I was talking about. They're just lacking on so much info. They don't know where the teams are located, and they're straight up running into those teams. And Na'Vi, this was the prime example, running right on top of Footballist. Football is able to shook away Na'Vi for now, but still Na'Vi, they don't have any other choice. They will have to try and breeze through Footballist defense. They will have to take this fight. On the other hand, Coops, oh, he's in quite a vulnerable position. If he gets spotted, I feel like Coops is not going to be able to make it out alive. And this is exactly what I was saying. He should not have taken those shots on the Team Queso. And all he can do is just take the shots. He doesn't have any other choice. There's no way he's going to be able to crawl back to safety.
He should have jumped. He should have jumped off the bridge. He can still swim. But I think, right, is the trigger discipline. Coop's way too aggressive, thinking he can get that knock, even though the rocks are there that protect Team Queso on around that lighthouse. So there was no way that he actually finds that. As a result, loses their life. When in this situation, just a seconds later, they could have actually stopped.
Oh, the zone?
Moving in, right, into that zone, because that zone is blessed actually nice, despite the fact they're on 2. Because look at everyone else's position. They've all got to come in, even Team Queso. But they don't have to worry. It's about them. Can they pick up the kills? There's only 2 players now.
Oh, the zone's quite interesting. I do like to see these kind of zones, just putting all these teams under, like just keeping all these teams guessing where the next zone's going to be moving. On the other hand, now Aton, well, they're charging Aton, Besiktas, the winners of the previous game, enjoy in the close. The only man left alive in Aton. They're not going to let him pass away that easily. One more man comes in through. The cavalry has arrived. It's Sun HP trying to strike back, but the nades from the side of Aton just look really strong. And Aton, the communication, if you talk about it, seems like spot on. And Aton, they're able to just charge in. They're able to take one more man down. Are they able to do so? Choco in the clotheslines. Yes, he strikes back, but instead, Besiktas, they reply back in style. 3 man from Aton goes down. On the other hand, Besiktas as well, quite handicapped.
But look at the zone, it's phase 3, can't revive them all. He's got to finish off the team fight. He does confirm 1 kill, but look at the fallen men. They're desperate. Who's going to get revived, who's not? That's the decision. Asta, lower on the health bar, will be first as S2G Kelsey will wipe away the stars of the Eastern Stars members as the lights leave their eyes and they go back into the darkness of the night. S2G Apis could be next. Kelsey won't land a nade though. Will actually leave out the fight. His understanding that zone, it was a very, very Western shift in Besiktas. First of all, we saw it. That's our final member. Oh, glider. Look at that. Oh no, it's crash landing. Oh, it dropped. Oh, it's disaster. Oh, Timber, man.
Oh no.
You're not got the skills of Silas Pugh. You gotta be able to dodge that tree.
Oh no, just ran straight in the tree, falls down. The bird taken out, the sky now, and Bullock, they're being inflicted with a lot of pain for now. Fenerbahce are the one in the front lines. Bullock taking a lot of damage. Maidon, the only man left alive in these compounds. And as soon as Maidon gets taken care of, Fenerbahce are going to be having the full control of this compound, and that's what they exactly do. Fenerbahce find themselves in quite a good positioning. They find themselves in a prime positioning for now. And it might turn out to be stellar.
Fenerbahce back onto the game, back onto the battleground. Of course, it missed out on the last 2 games. Also equally lower on the points as understanding. Aton barely surviving. Asta will wrap himself around, but into the waiting arms of Supermassive Blaze. I think these are 2 kills if I've ever seen them. Asami will reload, won't be able to find them for now. Also rotating around. Now these Northern teams, that's my concern, right? If you're a team like Atom, if you're a team like Supermassive Blaze, they're going to fight, but they've got to get all the way over to that southern end. I mean, that is a southerly shift in that next phase, and there is no doubt about it. There's going to be a lot of swimmers coming in on that that's northern beachfront of the South Island, and is next one, is Knight's going to take advantage of that? Who's going to move up to that beach to try steal away the kills?
Oh man, Na'Vi and Supermassive Blaze are really making me anxious because how are they going to be able to navigate their way through on the other zone? They're all the way on the other side and they need to move down south, and the problem is the late rotation again. Again, that late rotation not really paying off for Na'Vi. As I mentioned, A7 wasn't playing inside this game. This was Na'Vi's chance to bounce back. But now somehow they have managed to screw things up. But again, I can't just say this that early. Still, there is a little bit of glimmer of hope that they might just be able to cross on the other side. But again, the chances are looking quite low because Ghost Gaming as well, they're on their way on the other side. And as soon as they do make their mark on the land, I'm pretty sure Ghost Gaming are just going to be those fishermen just trying to confirm those kills inside the water.
Yeah, they're playing a very high-risk, high-reward strategy, right? Where they have to wait to be the last to cross, and they're going to try and confirm those kills. But because they didn't get the kills, and actually Supermassive Blaze, Aston, they were able to swim away out of the range of Na'Vi's fire. Now they're going to be the last to cross, and it's dangerous for them because, as we said, the high-risk trade-off of that is you're going to be the last team to cross, and everyone will be eyeing up you as that final squad. As you do enter up the beachfront, Eastern Stars also struggling for a place to settle, though, as they have found Trigger. Unfortunately, he dodges out one, but can he dodge out death? No, he cannot. As the guns do land straight into his heart, Octavian barely surviving as it will be the vehicle not blowing up for now. J7 actually the perpetrator of those shots, but except not finding any confirms.
Oh, Trigger not really quick on that trigger. Gets taken care of instantly. Team Queso, on the other hand, still looking pretty good. Inflicting heavy on fullest and Team Queso. Again, they're just on those bridges. They're making sure no one's really crossing on the other side. Footballies Loots, though, has made it to safety on the other side. And Na'Vi now, they're looking to take it. They're looking to take the bridge control, but they're also taking a lot of damage from the blue zone. Oh, man, this is not really looking good for Na'Vi. Tixie goes down. The rest should be there. But again, the zone's just going to be dealing a lot of damage. Soulcave falls down from the side of Footballists. Team Queso, again, just looking to make sure that no one's going to be crossing over. Na'Vi, they are pretty desperate to make their mark on the other side. And no matter what, they're just going to send it now. They don't have any other choice. Meku as well takes a little bit of left route, takes a little bit of off route from over here. But again, the rest of the Na'Vi players are going right inside. They're going straight inside. They're not going to be caring any about. Meku goes down over there, but Na'Vi still... That penetrate comes in through. They're able to breach through, and Kitsune somehow is alive. One bullet, and Kitsune is going to be taken out, but still, oh my god, somehow is alive.
It's Kitsune Factor, man. He's always the last one alive in his team. He's going to keep it on his back once more. It's got, yes, a unicorn bag, but I don't think it's going to save you. It's all about that unicorn's love power, right? Unicorn's love are not playing. He's got the glistening unicorn bag, and he's saying, well, if unicorn's love are doing well, Necro, if I take the bag with me, then I can take their power, and I can also get good points. But it's not working out. He's the only one left, and he's a bit short from death, to be honest with you.
Oh, man. The next zone moves out in the open. No, not really looking good on the beach, man. Ghost Gaming, they are going to be having a lot of things to worry about. Next, Riyadh is going to be moving in right from the back. Savian might just play the spawn sport. He might just be the shark hidden inside the waters. But over here, Exit just charging on. H2G, but no, it doesn't really work out. Exit. Oh, yeah, as you mentioned, that's quite huge. Exit being taken care of by Kelsey. And H2G come out on top in that fight, but Football, he started being burnt alive. And well, he's just going to be burnt down to a crisp. And Furious Gamer triggers in, able to get this shack control for himself. They're also going to be having a decent amount of, as I mentioned, cover to work with. Because, of course, any piece of cover is going to be meaning a lot in these final zones.
That was a huge fight. 1v3 for S2G to keep themselves in that game. Massive, of course, for Furious Gaming. Equally the same, taking away Footballist out into oblivion and beyond. Is now next Royer. Do circumvent themselves, of course, towards that more woodland edge as we hit back towards the peaceful side of the hills. And for most part, all the teams, they've confirmed their position inside. But now, I think it's Rise. The ones left, right? They've got to still make their way in, and Na'Vi, they'll dive for it. Kasune trying to do the same, will be caught out. And now Rise, we're not done yet, though. Eastern Stars, they are waiting over the hilltop for them to enter on in. I think the Eastern Stars, a brilliant position for them here, because they not only have that hilltop, but they have the dip to actually over-peek into the rest of that lobby to see if they can find any more of that crucial information at this point to gather and make that more informed decision rotating further in. Whereas a team like Rise, yes, they're doing that rotation already, but the problem is Rise don't have that information as much.
So you mentioned, Rise definitely do not really have that info, but again, Eastern Stars are barely making it inside the zone. They're on the edge. If the circle moves away from them, they will have to try and make it in as well. But on the other hand, now Ghost, as I mentioned, they will be getting charged on by Nextria, and that's what exactly is happening. Spec being found, that's a huge find. Tensa inside these little shack. Beowulf all the way in the back. Oh, so much pressure on these last two men. The hunt goes down from inside of Nextria. There's a lot of damage being inflicted with those nades, but still, not really any kind of critical connections being found up till now. Beowulf in the back, only man left. Tensa is there in the close to try and deal as much damage as possible. Nate Carl's right next to him, and yes, it's inside the shack. And Will Ghost Gaming, they crumble down, they fall apart. They're not really able to withstand the damage that Nextria was able to put on them. But on the other hand, now Knights, they're looking to confirm these kills. They're looking to rack these kills up. Fenerbahce, Rebellion falls down. And Fenerbahce left with only 2 men alive now.
I think Fenerbahce are going to be the next to fall, to be honest with you here, Necro. They've not got much life left in them. And Doken Machine, yes, he's there. But what health has he got? Absolutely none. As it will be Fenerbahce out in 7th position is Knights. Senok Chico will confirm it away. And I think Knights are a lot on their shoulders right now because, of course, next Warrior heading further in. You got Rise heading further in. They're in the middle of the two teams, though. And they're going to have that most pressure coming on both north and the south end as they have such little position, such little chance to enter in onto that zone until Furious Gaming need to be taken out. But it's a big game here for Team Queso. Look at the score right now. 7 kills for them, and they needed these points. They have now themselves in the final 6. Back towards Rise. Eastern Stars. It's all death and doom for them as Muniz is on his own, but it's now Eastern Stars surviving in the midst of Furious Gaming on the back end.
Oh, Furious Gaming from the shadows, able to get those knocks. And Rise now, Nunes, as you mentioned, the only man alive. He does know it's pretty much a gone case for his teammates. There's no way he's going to be able to get the fallen comrades back up on their feet. So now Nunes will have to try and play for those placement points. He does have the buggy to work as for cover. Has a little bit of utilities as well. He's going to be trying to shroud himself in those smoke strikes, trying to buy as much as time as possible, playing for that positioning game. Next, Ruya spotting a couple of players out in the front, making those rotations. Team Queso up till now, they're able to make it out alive. Till Team 5, and look at this, Eastern Stars, they're getting mowed down by Furious Gaming. And just like that, within a blink of an eye, Eastern Stars taken care of.
And it's Furious Gaming stepping up in the 3rd week alongside Team Queso, but a beautiful shot onto Anin from Next Warrior will silence them to a single member. As they do look for the revive, they've got the zone, but it allows Next Warrior to push their way up and further forward. As you can see so desperately doing in a midst. Chico falling down. Xenox should be next for Knights. But who gets third place after Knights fall?
Oh man, top 4 teams alive. Furious Gaming, they're looking quite dominant. Team K, so they need this desperately. They're quite desperate. Next Ruya as well. They need to make their mark. They need to get a chicken dinner in these week 3 of League days. Knights moving in close, sticking the rest on to Chico. This nade might just be it. It might just be $1 million nade, but no. Off the mark. Furious Gaming don't really have that info.
Revive off. How does he get allowed to get into that zone?
Exactly. Knights still able to stay alive with 2 players, but this time the nade connects. But it's Next Ruya who makes that happen. Xenox, the final man, gets taken care of.
Still, Next Warrior, they do confirm my assumptions. There will be Knights in 4th position, but I think Next Warrior, they might be the ones next to fall because the zone is gifted away to Furious Gaming. Team Queso is making their way further on in, but what do we have left on that ridge? A nade could land, it won't go. It wasn't target, but just short. And now, Scream VC will be able to step him further back forward. Another nade rolls down the hill, but he's already moved from his position. Now it's down to Furious Gaming. Can they control both sides? Can they take this win? It has been almost gift-wrapped for them.
Oh man, Furious Gaming, they don't really need to step out of their safety cushion, the safety cover. They have that little ridge to work with. If they're able to play with that, then maybe they are also able to win this game. It's a 3-on-3 between Next Ruya and Furious Gaming, and Team Queso can always go for those sports play, or maybe Team Queso can stay silent in the end, till the end, and just let Furious Gaming and Next Ruya fight it out, and in the end they can try and strike in and get that chicken dinner, just like how Besiktas did in the previous game of Miramar. And here we go, Lannon spotting out Scream, taking little shots, nothing critical happening though.
But he gives himself away and he doesn't get the kill, and now they know Team Queso's position is busted. And Furious Gaming, for Team Queso, it's all about them relying on Next Warrior, because if they keep an eye on Anin, it's going to be so dicey for them. The nade again going to miss, and no one drops. Next Warrior in the midst of all of this fighting have been sneaking their way on the backside also. The smoke's about to dissipate. This could be the moment they start to trigger on in.
Oh man, look at Next Ruya. I do like how wide they're playing off of each other. Frozen's the man in the close. He does have a lot of burden on his shoulder because his teammates are counting on him. On the other hand, Yikta just making sure that team's not really getting flanked from the right side. Ghidorah in the center to provide that backup fire. Furious Gaming, I like how they're playing. They're not really being overconfident. They're not really overextending themselves. Instead, they're just playing with this ridge. And as I mentioned, this ridge is really instrumental for Furious Gaming. And as long as the zone favoring them, Furious Gaming, they have nothing to worry about. But still, Next Ruya, they're able to slowly and steadily crawl inside the zone. And this stalemate, man, it's a complete Mexican standoff.
It is down to whoever shoots first, just like our last Erangel match. The nade won't land on triggers in. The vehicles will tank it for him. It's
another circle.
So closer right. It's Furious Gaming again. Phase 8 is they're taking everything off. When it comes to Anin, they've got no loot left, barely. One more nade, a couple of bandages left, but they've got also the shots in hand. The laser dot almost lining on to Big Milo as he's playing it perfectly, actually. Big Milo trying to bait the shots out, as I think they might have done so. Anin drops to half HP, and now the shots fire on through.
Oh, Big Milo spawning out Landon. Still, though, doesn't really have that much amount of visual on the Landon. He does exactly know, though, where Landon's position. This nade might just seal it. It might just be able to land it on mark, and yes, it is. It lands perfectly on Landon's head. It bursts right on open. Landon's skull cracked open now, and on the other hand, Furious Gaming as well crumbling down. Frozen's nade is going to be finding the mark this time. Furious Gaming, they're crumbling down. Big Milo taken down quite low. Next Ruya, oh, they just played this to perfection. Big Milo taken down quite low. They do know the guy in the shack. They don't really need to worry about. The rest 2 players are out in the open. Team Queso is the only one who can try and play the spawn sport, and yes, they do. Man taken down from the side of Next Ruya. It's a 2-on-2 situation now. Still, Big Milo was able to patch himself back up. Triggers in now, has a lot of pressure on the back. 2 players being taken care of now. It's a 1-on-1 situation. Frozen and Triggers in. Who comes out on top in this one? Frozen goes for the rest. Is he going to be able to go for the rest? And yes, he does. No way. This man has nerves of steel.
He goes for the revive in front of Triggerzin's face, and Triggerzin is too scared to go for the push. He needs to step up, but it's there, it's successful, and they both knock him down. Next Roya, with such bravery, such prowess, to take that final chicken dinner, and they do so in style. Next row, they take such a massive game where they needed those points, but also it's a big game for all of those three teams, right? Furious Gaming, Team Queso also needing to step up today, and particularly Queso, even though a third position, taking, of course, those 7 points, 17-point game for them. Big deal when it comes to qualifying into tomorrow's games.
Oh man, a little bit too much trigger discipline. Honestly, a little bit too much trigger discipline from the side of Triggerzin. He should have realized it's his go call. Just go in, man. You cannot let the rest come in through. And that's what next Rhea exactly realizes. Now, they do know that the enemy team aren't really just going to push without calculating anything. So next Rhea took their chances, went for that res. And in the end, even though the man didn't really have a lot of HP to work with, but still, there's like a little bit of scary factor, right, in your heart. As soon as you do see those two men in front of you and you know that you're the only one alive, you do get your heartbeats kind of pumping up, and this is where I feel like the last man Triggerzin was kind of panicked.
Yeah, I think at Triggerzin, it's about that almost trigger discipline, right, that we saw Furious Gaming having. It didn't want to shoot, it didn't want to give those sound cues away over to both Team Queso or to next Roy, whoever they didn't shoot out first. But because they actually took that nade on into Team Queso, as soon as that landed and you see that confirmed kill coming through in the kill feed, they know that that is then the time to walk forward, and they know that as the next Roya, they can potentially try to catch an unchecked here flank coming through from the rest of Furious Gaming, and I think that is where it came through from. I mean, also, we saw a little bit of instinct when it came to this game. We had our solid share, we had Hoops, you know, on the bridge, a little bit too aggressive versus Queso, and then also we can't ignore the embarrassing, unfortunately, helicopter no! Is unfortunately Timber all the way down into the ground.
I guess they need it. They need someone who can actually fly the helicopter properly, man. They need someone. They need to find at least someone who can fly the helicopter in these kind of zones. But yeah, Na'Vi, as we were talking about that team, they had their chances to bounce back, but in the end, as I mentioned, whenever it's the South Circle, Na'Vi always struggles. And this time as well, they struggle. Exact same thing, late rotation, not working out. Na'Vi, you need to find that fluidity, man.
Still, it was Na'Vi, I think, rightly so, coming into this second day. What can they do? Are they even still sat at 0 points here after the first day of games? I think they might be, Necro.
They might be,
They picked up a single kill in that game. We'll have to check away with the analysts later on, but if they are sat at 0 points, whatever points they're sat at is not high, and Na'Vi, I'm very concerned for them coming into actually that final Super Weekend, if they even get there at all.
Oh man, in this end, it was just the complete nade battles, right? And this nade right there on the screen, as soon as Scream got taken out, next Rhea knew this is their go call, but still Team Queso, somewhere down the line, tried to grief the game. And I do like that res play from the side of next Rhea, realizing exactly what Furious Gaming is going through. And that's what I like to call just reading the enemy's mentality, right?
It was huge from both Furious Gaming to potentially steal this game away, but next Roya, they had the 1000 IQ players. They had the revive at the end of the game. What the heck, man? I've never seen one in my life before in ages. Tell you what, I'm going to see back one more time. Just to view the faces of those three people, ladies and gentlemen, on the analyst desk.
Nice to see next year going ahead and win a chicken dinner there for our last match of today. And I'd also like to point out that Team Queso, the team I put my bet on, my prediction on, got third. So I feel pretty special about that too. 7 though. That was an exciting ending. Yeah, I gotta dust off that. You know, I had to rub it in just a tiny bit, just feel better. But that's 17 points that they really needed. So going into tomorrow, that could be helping them out a lot, especially when it comes to mentality now.
It definitely was. It's huge. Night and day from what we saw in that first game of the day too. I love what I saw from Axel being able to be support. I was hoping though, and I think we were all hoping when we were watching that ending, just Axel, don't shoot. But hey, he was able to at least secure some extra inland points, which works wonder for them. Furious Gaming though, impressive game out of them as well. Next, Rhea being able to collect points too. Rise with 7, S2G with 4. I think tomorrow, Glitter, we might start seeing the Rise, or I should say the S2G that we've been expecting to see. If not towards the day, then we'll definitely see it on the Super Weekend.
Yeah, I agree. I think that, you know, the time has since passed for them to continue the experimental phase of their journey here for PMGC. They've got to kick it back into high gear, kind of use the rest of this week, Super Weekend, to really prepare for finals and put themselves in a solid spot. As we look at the second page here, we can see where the rest of those teams did shake out. Some of those squads that needed those points, those 7, Baluk Chaptan down there in 16th place. Definitely going to need to at least pick it back up a little bit tomorrow. Exet as well on this second page, Besiktas on this second page, and these are teams that really, really need to make it into this final Super Weekend.
They definitely do. It'll be interesting to see how aggressive they come out tomorrow. We do have Frozen though as the MVP, 5 elims for him, 916 damage, 34% team contributed. I mean, this is the numbers that you like to see out of your MVP. Not bad, Frozen, not bad at all. Going back to that leaderboard though, Na'Vi wasn't able to take advantage of Alpha 7 not being here on this past match, and they only ended up with 1 point as well. I think that's going to be interesting. If for some reason some teams decide to like bully Na'Vi tomorrow, which I feel like is very unlikely, but if they did decide to, I mean, it'll be huge to have such a big team off the Super Weekend, Glitter.
I mean, and that could come the way through Alpha 7, right? I mean, we've seen how aggressive they've been playing all day today, kind of just that crazy wild aggression as we have the head-to-head here up on the screen between Frozen, your MVP, and Axel. Finally, a standout performance here from Queso. It is so nice to see them up here, whether that's the top of our leaderboards, in our player spotlights, okay? We've got over 500 damage coming out of Axel, and that being 30% of that team contribution. Frozen, though, is no stranger to being up here. We've talked about Frozen quite a few times anytime that next Ruya is in fact doing well. And so the fact that we got him up here again, we talked about those kind of standout players, 7, and right now it seems to be Frozen for next Ruya.
Definitely. I mean, you have Kadur as well, being able to tie him in regards to elims. And then from Furious Gaming, we have Big Milo. So it's kind of, I'm enjoying seeing these different names. I'm enjoying seeing the different players step up. Now, this is the important one right here. Okay, Unicorns of Love, first place, Exit. I feel like they're definitely going to be going to the Super Weekend. And then we go to the other side. Alpha 7, I think they'll be fine. Black Dragons will be fine too. I'm more interested in what this second page is going to look like, because if I'm not mistaken, as I was hinting at earlier, Na'Vi didn't really have the best of days. They might have just 1 point. There you go. There it is. And then now, Team Queso, thanks to that game, Glitter, they did put themselves in a position to be top 16, and they do have 3 matches played in comparison to SCG and Baluk Chaptan that have 5. That's going to be, I'm telling you, tomorrow's going to be so spicy, Glitter.
Yeah, I was looking at the matches played as well. Baluk Chaptan and SCG jumping out immediately on the second page, having already played 5, and then back on that first page, even though, I mean, I think we had Besiktas up there with only 3 matches already on the first page, above the likes of, you know, like we were just saying, Baluk and S2G, who need those points. It's going to be insane tomorrow as we see our total elimination ranking here. Coops constantly managing to be in this first place spot, but what's different here is the people that are up here with him. We now have an SMB player up here. We've gotten a 7 player up here, and it is not Carrillo, and it is not Revo. We've got Mafioso up here this time.
We definitely do. I knew you were going to point it out. As soon as I saw it, I just went straight for it. I was like, wait, it's not Carrillo. It's not Revo. Oh, it's Mafioso staying. I mean, this is insane out of A7. Like, for them to have that kind of depth in the roster, where you can have an MVP in Revo from Americas, and then coming into now PMGC West, you have players of the likes of Mafioso stepping up. I think that's huge for that team.
Oh, geez. And gotta go on ahead and kind of develop off of that as well. I gotta speak about next Ruya. I mean, you were talking about Frozen. We know that he got a 1v4, and then actually today we got to see his other teammate Nihat going ahead and do a 1v3 against Exet. So there's a lot of teams and individual players I feel like that kind of got to step up today. So I'm not surprised to see 2 other people kind of join Coops up there, but are we surprised to see Coops up there as well? Not really. Now we gotta go on ahead and really quickly kind of just remind you guys about the rewards just super quickly before I'm gonna go ahead ahead and ask these guys for their predictions for tomorrow, of course. But first, yeah, let's go ahead and do the big points. All you have to do is click the big rewards button beside the live stream title to go ahead and link your YouTube account to your PUBG Mobile account to get more PMGC tokens. As simple as that. I mean, who wouldn't want to go ahead and do it? Seven did it already. You should do it already. I mean, he's the best role model. So go on ahead and do that. And now... Yeah, exactly. See? Now I'm gonna go on ahead and just jump straight into that 7. So this was our 5 games today on day 1. They have 5 more games tomorrow. That's when everybody will finally have the same amount of matches, because we do have a mixture of 5, 4, or 3 matches played for all these teams. Was kind of looking forward to any expectations potentially that you were looking forward to tomorrow, or maybe not looking forward to tomorrow.
Just gonna be looking at those bottom teams. I'm gonna be staring at those bottom teams. Buluk, Chaptan, Adon. I mean, we said it that team could. They don't want to put themselves in a position where they're going to miss on that super weekend. And then we have some of the other teams as well. And then a major one for me tomorrow, it's going to be a fun one because I want to see if Alpha 7 Glitter is going to continue with their bullying in a way of Navi and kind of forcing Navi to maybe miss a super weekend. I think that'll be huge as well. Even though Navi, ultimately, I feel like they're going to be going to the grand finals in regards to the leaderboards. But nonetheless, it's a great dynamic leading to the grand finals.
See, what's important about that, though, Seven, is that if A7 does continue bullying Navi and Navi doesn't make it through, like you're saying, they are likely safe for finals. But what that does is open up another spot for those teams at the bottom that need to make their way in. So it's not even us worrying about Navi at that point. It's about the availability of the top 16 spots for the squads who need to make it through for that second super weekend, or even the third super weekend if they didn't perform well in one of the 2 they've already been in. We're going to be staring at that top 16 spot, that bubble. We're going to be looking there a lot.
Yep.
Oh man, I'm cannot wait. I'm very excited to go on ahead and get started. So, I mean, that's it for today, though. We are going to go on ahead and have to wait for tomorrow. Same place, same time. You guys know the drill. That is it for today's PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2021 West League last week. First day of this weekend days. We have one more tomorrow. We'll see you guys then.
The world, it won't give you the time. It's now or never. We pick our arms for the battle. It's time to hunt and what